There you go. Alright, Chapter 3. Jordan's broadcasting it live. If you're listening to this audio recording and you didn't know that, congratulations. Welcome to knowing. Alright, narrator voice here. As my phone rings. Fuck you, phone. I'm busy trying to be nerdy on the internet. God damn it. Alright. Saturday, January 10th, 1998. The concrete jungle has been busy these past few days. And so has the world. NASA launched a spacecraft named the Lunar Prospector, designed for a low-polar investigation of the moon. In Washington, D.C., political turmoil is boiling over alleged sexual indiscretions by the President of the United States himself, Cliff Benton. Closer to home, a terrorist was sentenced to life in federal prison for planning the bombing of the World Trade Center. And this entire time, there's been an ice storm covering the northeastern United States and Canada. The Big Apple hasn't been severely damaged, but the numerous inconveniences have been a pain in the ass. Your characters have also been busy. Here are the results of your off-screen endeavors. David, your intense investigation into the missing girls has borne no fruit. That's not to say you haven't learned anything, but it appears the snatches of rumors you had heard were false. Your contact in the police force, Ken Reese, proved himself especially valuable with the information he sent you. Over the past half-year, there have been 2 disappearances matching your criteria, but both girls returned home safely. One of them, a teenager, had even struck out on her own before tucking her tail between her legs and scurrying back to Mom and Dad. Concerning other affairs, well, the ice storm has limited a variety of things, including violent crime, giving you more time to delve into Vito Fratelli. Your suspicions have been confirmed. He is being kept in solitary confinement on Rikers Island, only allowed contact with the guards and his legal representatives. Furthermore, multiple sources have confirmed for you that Rikers Island is the domain of Carter Vanderweyden, a Malkavian who is a senior partner of Close Hoffman, a law firm located a short distance from the Empire State Building. And if you actually take a look at the Manhattan map, I've denoted this location with a small token, which is a bit southeast of the Empire State Building. It's an object, so if you click on it, it'll give you a little text blurb.
All right.
Despite being a child of Malkav, Carter is highly respected by the Kindred community, and he is likely more familiar with Camarillo law than any other vampire in the Big Apple. Byron, you'll be pleased to know that Evelyn is all right, although she's a bit flustered by your constant doting. For her, there was nothing more natural in the world than standing up to Lorenzo Fratelli, and her obligations to your real estate interests made her go back to work the day after her violent assault. She's not perturbed by law enforcement not being informed of what had happened, trusting you found a way to deal with the problem. As for other affairs, you've just woken up to see a letter waiting for you, apparently given to Evelyn by courier who had been sent by Valentine. The letter is a formal well-wishing, congratulating you for becoming so successful in New York City after such a short time, and Valentine commends you for your resourcefulness. His involvement with the Fratelli affair, he writes, was incidental. He had happened to be visiting Lorenzo Fratelli when he learned of your arrival at the Middleman, and the subsequent drama that unfolded. Lorenzo apparently knows of vampires, and Valentine merely informed him that Astoria was under your umbrella, particularly the real estate establishment he had visited earlier that day. The final sentences read, I do not consider a boon owed, but you and your friends should forego the thought of vengeance. The Fratellis are otherwise respectable, and working against them would only create turmoil within the city. There is no acknowledgment of your interest in meeting with him, nor does there appear to be any desire for him to do so.
Okay.
Marcus, your days have been spent relaxing and having fun, just how you like it. When you haven't been having a good time, you've been spending several hours attempting to fathom the basics of potence from David, and you don't have a grasp on the fundamentals yet, but you think with enough practice that you could catch on. You've also received an official invitation to the costume party at the Middleman, passed through a few couriers until it reached your hands. It will be a 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. affair on Saturday, January 17th, and you're encouraged to stay for the entire time. Two other things. First, gossip suggests that Carter van der Weyden, during the embrace, developed eidetic memory, explaining his dearth of knowledge. Also, a warehouse in the Steinway Warehouse District burned down on the 7th. As it was abandoned and full of nothing but boxes, the incident only received minor media attention. Government officials have ruled it an accident, triggered by faulty electrical wiring and dry wood.
Interesting.
Joseph,
Very interesting.
you get a huge info dump. For starters, the Fratelli family is nominally headed by the imprisoned Vito Fratelli, an old man doing small time in Rikers, for an assortment of misdemeanors. The family itself has been in the Big Apple since the early 1900s, and its power base is focused in Manhattan. Throughout the years, much to the dismay of law enforcement, the Fratellis have been media darlings. Sure, they're criminals and they've been known to rough people up, but they aren't murderers and they aren't drug dealers. They have protection rackets, loan sharking, illicit gambling, escort services, but they're structured and respectable. As a matter of fact, Lorenzo's actually rumored to be nicer than the old man. Vito is an old-school hard-ass, but Lorenzo's the consummate businessman. As for the Gaspucci family, well, that one's shadier, and it's purported to be in power turmoil right now, with no clear leader. Based in Brooklyn, the Gaspucci family is heavy on drug dealing, prostitution, and smuggling. They've been in New York since the 50s, and while they and the Fratellis don't see eye to eye, they aren't in open warfare. After all, the two of them have a lot of territory to carve up in the Big Apple. They manage. By the by, you don't learn this information from Ken Reese. Apparently the contact is extremely busy on another project. However, Deputy Inspector Mikhail Vargas is willing to bend your ear. See, his job's been made easier by the sudden lack of Fratelli presence within Astoria, and he's shrewd enough to attribute this fact to the four of you. As he's your ally, the information comes free. As for the Muncie Hudson Expediting and Storage Complex located in the Bronx, the offices are abandoned to this day. They used to be owned by a consortium of La Sombra, and they were used both as a weapons cache and a haven for Archbishop Polonia himself. The place has been ransacked numerous times, graffiti is scrawled over the walls, and there are telltale signs of greasy ash that can be spotted if one knows how to look. Speculation and rumor runs rampant among kindred. The place could be haunted, the place could contain Sabbat resistance, the place could contain hordes of untriggered booby traps placed by Polonia. No one knows, and no one seems to be interested in learning more. Concerning Leslie Cutter, well, unlike what you initially thought, Boss Callahan isn't claiming a boon. Not from you, anyway. After all, you're not the vampire he's allowed to live among anarchs in Staten Island, which, in fairness, is quite the privilege. One of your ghouls, or even yourself, could go to Staten Island without any problems, so long as you didn't take the Staten Island ferry. But there's no guarantee you'd be able to find her. Still, you managed to get word that she's alive as a vampire can be, and doing all right enough for everything that she's been through. Anyway, that's enough bending your ears. The sun has set, and you've all lost a blood point. You don't have to worry about keeping track of all the days that have passed since last session. We'll just pick up the blood pools from where we left them. Byron and Joseph rise first, before 8 p.m., while David and Marcus rise before 9. It's a cold, dreary night as the moon waxes in the cloudy sky. The ball's in your court. What do you want to do?
That letter that David, I think, got from Valentine.
Byron.
Byron, sorry. Did you share that?
Well, it's up to you on what you guys want to share with now. He just got that on this day as he woke up. And this is pretty much your sandbox time, whether you guys want to get together and discuss everything you've learned or not discuss everything you've learned. It's up to you. I don't have a starting hook for you guys on this one. Perhaps. I don't know. Maybe if you take too long.
Yeah, Byron's not going to be calling around about it, but he will take the letter with him and pass it to anyone in the coterie that he meets. I mean, he'll let him look at it. He's not keeping it secret.
Okay.
What is tonight's date?
Today is Saturday, January the 10th. It's 1 week before the costume party you've been invited to at the Middleman, Marcus. And the moon is waxing in the sky. It's about 2 days shy of a full moon.
I'm thinking that I'll head into Manhattan today to see if I can find the sheriff and whether or not I can find, what's his name, Carter, right?
Carter Vanderweyden.
Carter Vanderweyden. Because you said that he is the senior fellow at a law firm, right?
Yes, he is a senior partner at the Close Hoffman Law Firm, which is located not that far from the Empire State Building.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to swing by Elysium first, and then head on up there.
Are you four, as player characters, or even as players, actually interested in putting your characters together in character to discuss things, or you all right with winging this?
I was planning on sending a phone call to anyone whose number I have to say that I'm going to go tell the sheriff about what we found out about the Sabbat and ask for Vanderweyden's permission to operate for at least the current plan on Rikers Island.
I'm not quite sure. Oh, you were discussing that with us?
Yeah, apparently Aaron just said that David will place a call to the numbers he knows, which is...
Yeah, sorry, I missed that. Sorry, I got a little distracted. I would like to point out that that may not be the best, assuming we have Byron's letter, we've read Byron's letter, I'm assuming that that may not be the best course of action, because it makes me think that Valentine has stakes in the family of, I'm not going to be able to pronounce that.
The Fratelli organized crime family.
Yeah, the Fratelli organized crime family. It makes me think he has stakes in it, which makes me think that if we do want to destroy them, mess with them, or whatever, we should probably do it outside the earshot of the, at least openly, the earshot of most of the other vampires. So if we are to go and ask his permission, and that's obviously the best idea, it should probably not be somewhere where everyone's going to overhear it.
Well, I mean, I'm going to his office to ask him.
Is his office Elysium?
No.
No, I'm just a bit of paranoia, I guess.
Right. I'm mostly just going to ask for permission to interfere with Vito Fratelli from, the person who owns Rikers Island.
It's also worth noting, David, that while another vampire might not have a problem simply walking into the Close Hoffman law firm, you're a bit different.
Would you like someone with a nice face to go along with you?
Yes.
Before we
Okay, Byron, you're up.
Yeah, I was just waiting to chime in that Byron's not behind this at all, because he agrees with Joseph on this, that Valentine seems like he has his fangs, so to speak, in the Fratelli family, since it borders right up against his domain anyway. He basically wants to be hands-off about it. I mean, he doesn't need to take vengeance there, so I don't know if he wants to help out too much, to be honest.
Even if that's the case, this is still a good way to get information about the Gaspucci family.
True. I'm also doubly hesitant to just, kill him or anything because I'm not sure that would actually be detrimental to the family instead of beneficial.
Oh, good. I'm not planning on killing him. I'm planning on subverting him.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Don't be silly.
Those crazy Malkavians and their forgetfulness.
But
Wait,
yeah,
well,
Mark. But I have a question. Does Marcus have a gig tonight, by any chance, Grimith?
That's up to you. Do you want to have a gig tonight?
I'm just saying because there's some DMs that I've played with that have, said, "Oh, by the way, your character has a gig tonight." I'm like, okay.
I don't care. I'm not the one who babies your Toreador's punk rocker subtle schedule. If you want to go attend to business tonight with that, you can. If not, you don't have to. It's fine.
Mark's not doing anything tonight, so he'd be willing to assist you, David.
Okay. I mean, mostly I need you in the event that I don't expect I can sneak up to his office.
yeah,
It's a
Mark,
fairly tall building. You're looking at about maybe 30, 40 stories.
It has a stairwell, right?
Yeah, of course there's stairwells, for an emergency. It's not like a building can get away without those. Problem might be accessing it. You know nothing about the building.
Right, so, I mean, taking a pretty face along might be a good safety precaution.
yeah, I think having Marcus as a face man may be one of, absolutely horrible idea. If if he's offering, I'm gonna say what, no, I'll go there. If you really want to go, you can go with me, but I'm not having you go out and talk to someone powerful by yourself because that'll end up with all of us dead.
You could go as an entire group if you want. There's nothing, the Close Hoffman law firm it's not a big deal. You might be refused entry as a group. It depends on what you guys do once you get there. Maybe he'll come down from the heavens himself, or from out of the basement, wherever his office may be.
Does this firm have any kind of specialty?
It does not, no. It handles a lot of middle and upper class sorts of things, where it's like corporations and various lawsuits and like maybe doctors mismanaging things. But they've also been known to actually champion like low cases for no money.
How's our current lawyer for our business?
You don't have one.
I guess that would be Byron. He's got, what, 2 points in that, in law? Dots, rather?
Well,
I'm sure the rest of the coterie is perfectly okay with letting Byron be the group lawyer.
Yeah, here's the thing. We need a lawyer that can actually, go to court during the day.
one that
Well, Byron can.
Once.
I don't think you'd get that far.
Well, we could ship you there in a coffin or something and open up once you're there.
Bully!
Sure, it's pre-9/11. They'll let me go right in, I think. Yeah.
But yeah, we should actually probably have legal counsel. Or at least we can have a pretense of that to get a meeting.
Right, but that likely wouldn't get you a meeting with Carter Vanderweyden himself as senior partner. You would likely be shunted off into one of the numerous other associates there.
Right, that's when I sneak off to go actually see him.
Oh, okay.
And I'm allowed to blabber my big mouth at people that don't matter.
I mean, we have 2 people in the party that have at least 2 dots of obfuscate.
That's true, but you're taking a big assumption there that there might be no one, that maybe not even Carter himself, who can actually detect obfuscate. It's not a perfect thing.
Oh, I mean, I don't need to not get detected
Right.
ever, per se.
As I say, you guys walk in there and there's just like squeaky floorboards everywhere.
We just need to get not detected enough, get into his office and talk to him.
Yeah,
I mean, we're not like pulling a heist or something.
I think sneaking around is still a bad idea. I mean, I think if we're going to talk to him, we should be able to walk up to the front door and be able to talk our way into a meeting. I mean, between all of us, well, two of us, Byron and me.
It's
Hey,
also
I got
worth
a pretty
noting
good.
that it is nighttime now. All four of you, by the time you're waking up, it's looking at 9:15 p.m. The law office is still going to be open all the time, but there's not going to be as much traffic, but security's probably going to be a little tougher downstairs as people try to walk in for the night.
Fuck, you know what? Why don't we just call him? Guys?
Someone grab a
No.
phone book.
Do you think the office is going to be open at 9 p.m.? Most lawyers I know aren't.
Well, yeah, but it's also how many law office do you know that's run by a vampire?
It's not necessarily directly run by him. He's just a senior partner there. He didn't like found the Close Hoffman law firm. He's just, a big part of what happens there.
Okay,
Yeah,
how many law office do you know that has a vampire on staff? Let's put it that way.
well, I mean, that would explain a lot about lawyers.
Yeah, insert lawyer jokes here.
All of them. But anyways, I think that we should, if we come to the agreement that call him first, if not, we just walk straight up. But either which way, I'm against, trying to obfuscate our way in because that might very well end very, very badly.
So it's worth noting that, providing you call, you wouldn't know the exact extension, so you would end up getting the main hub for communications, a receptions desk at the Close Hoffman law firm, which may or may not be staffed at this particular time of evening.
We can still give it a try.
You certainly could. Providing that is all what you want to do. I mean, again, with all the information I've given all of you, I don't know how much you just told your characters of the info dump I've given all four of you. So if you want to continue discussing things, we're under no time crunch or pressure here at all. You're free to just say, I don't want to do anything for the next 14 days, Grimith. I'm like, okay, we're not going to do anything for the next 14 days.
Well, I think Marcus would mention that he's heard through the grapevine that Vander Weyden, or whatever the vampire's name is, has got an eidetic memory, or that's at least what the rumors say.
Yeah, I don't think I got any information about this situation that you guys don't already know.
It's just a friendly reminder, just things like maybe you guys don't want to even try to deal with Carter Vanderweyde and you might want to do something else. But like I said,
Yeah.
the ball's in your court. I'm just trying to remind you all of what you can do, which is a lot. It's a sandbox.
Yeah, Byron is going to talk with David a little bit. I mean, he's going to say that he really doesn't want us to go overtly against the Fratelli family and all that stuff, but I guess having Vito, is that his name, in their back pocket would not be horrible. That's not technically against what Valentine said. So, but he'd be more than willing to do something else. He's a little uneasy doing it.
While we're all sitting around the table, I'd like to just very candidly ask, so what is our opinion on Valentine? I mean, if he's going to be running for Prince, are we saying, hey, he might get the job, maybe we should support him, maybe we all hate him and want him to die in a fire? Just gauging everyone's opinion so far.
Aside from not trusting him, I don't have a strong opinion on him one way or the other.
Yeah, Byron definitely respects him. He doesn't trust him either. He is a vampire after all, but he doesn't really want to cross him yet. I mean, the coterie, I don't know, doesn't really have that many, excuse me. The coterie doesn't have that many allies that are that powerful in the vampire community that Byron knows of. He doesn't really want to start ticking off big players until there's a grander plan involved. So he wants to stay on Valentine's good side if at all possible, until that last moment where he stabbed him in the back, vampire style.
Marcus have any opinion on him?
He's a
Marcus's
subtle punk rocker.
Marcus's opinion on Valentine is pretty much similar to David's, but he trusts him a little bit more because of the whole middleman issue.
Okay, I think very much we're all in agreement. It's neutral on him, some degree of respect. I certainly, well, you all know that I don't like him in secret, but I don't tell you guys that I absolutely despise having the idea of a prince. But, openly, I'd say I'm not sure he's the best candidate for a prince, and I'm not sure we should be supporting him, and if that means taking away some of his potential power base, so be it.
This is, of course, assuming that the information that you have been given by Byron is factually correct, whether he does genuinely care about running for the princedom of New York City.
True, that is based on that assumption, but I think it's a fair assumption to make either way, because if we're wrong, what have we done? We've angered someone that's not running for prince anyway. If we're right, then we're going off of right assumption. So I think it's a fair assumption to assume that's true until we have information that it's not.
I'm not going to hamstring a potential prince until I find out what his opponents are.
True, that is a good point.
You would know off the top of your head, Helene Panhard, of course, one of the harpies, I told you is a direct contention, and she is made clear and clean and such that she desires the princedom. It's even though you're all little neonates who don't much matter in high society for the kindred at all, enough word gets passed down that it's a great assumption to make. Carter Vanderweyden is also purportedly known to be interested in the princedom as well.
If Helene comes up, Byron is going to say this is a pretty juicy rumor that he got weeks ago. He's heard that Helene Pinard is partly bloodbound to Thomas Arturo, so there might be a way in there.
Huh.
Assuming that's correct, it'd be kind of rude if you try to use that as blackmail information that it wasn't applicable, huh?
Yeah, that'd be a good way to get staked.
Yeah, well, just giving you the lay of the land. Whether it's true or not, it might be interesting. It could come up later. But yeah, Byron definitely would like to know the other players and see how. I mean, he's not against a prince, and in fact, a Ventrue prince is probably a decent thing in his mind. But he would definitely want to know more about the players, and also getting that guy Vito to be kind of a back pocket spy for at least parts of that operation over there is not a bad idea either. Because whether or not you like the prince in power, having information about that prince is never a bad thing.
Yeah, I want to make it clear. The absolute most extreme thing I would want to do with Vito is maybe have him turn state's evidence on the operation. And probably not even that much.
Yeah, as long as we don't pull that card early, there's no harm in having it, unless of course Valentine finds out, and then we have someone pissed off at us. Just pointing that out.
Well, we could always just say we were trying to tie up loose ends for him, just here and try to make it look like we were doing him a favor. Whether he believes it or not is another question.
Yeah, he's not going to believe that. He's going to try to kill us for that. Assuming it pisses him off in the first place. Assuming we're running off the assumption he's associated with them, he wants them the way they are. Assuming he doesn't just decide to kill him because got him bloodbound. So, if we are in agreement with trying to get him bloodbound, the method to go about it still seems to be getting in contact with Carter.
There you go.
I had to scroll over and look at the name.
It's fine. Of course you guys don't even have to do that if you want to try to wing it into Rikers Island.
Guys, I got an idea. Let's just get armed up, get an armored car, and drive into Rikers Island.
That is a wonderful idea.
Okay, Byron, here's what you're gonna do. We're gonna get you arrested. You're going to infiltrate Rikers Island.
You're
Oh, yeah,
going
because-
to burn on the first day.
Because he totally would be held in, like, a local jail until the morning.
Right, no. It's not like, he'd ever be kept out in the sunlight or anything at all.
I like this plan. It's subtle somehow.
And kind of punk, you know?
There you go, everybody. I got the joke out of the way. We can move on now. So I think we're gonna go as a group over to Manhattan and see Mr.
No, we
Vander
making a
Weyden.
call.
Oh,
Yeah, I
that
vote
too.
for calling him.
Yeah, even if we have to wait a day, we can get Evelyn to call during the day and maybe send a note over via courier, which seems the way vampires are doing it these days. All the cool kids are using couriers. So I would probably want to be a little more formal about it.
I would like to use the phones that his office actually has.
To call his office or to call those phones? I didn't quite understand that.
As opposed to send a courier.
Oh, okay. As long as
Yeah.
as long as we're not putting a courier on horseback, the courier's fine. But I think a phone's probably a bit more efficient.
Well, I mean, if we
Yeah,
use
when
a courier, it'd probably be a bike courier. But, yeah, I'm just going to call him up.
All right, when I said courier, I actually just meant sending Evelyn over there during the next day. But if you want to give him a call tonight, that works too.
Let's do this.
I think David taking the call.
Alright, David's making the call. Boot, doot, 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 doot. No, I'm just-
Whoa, wait, what? Do we get, like, classy, ancient-ass phones? Because, just saying.
There's a bit of soft, classical music that pops to the speaker. You're informed that you have called Close Hoffman Law Firm during night hours. A receptionist will be by to take your call. Although, you can assume that, during night hours, it's probably not as highly staffed as it would be during the day. How long would you like to wait?
Let's start with 50 minutes and see if I've got to.
Okay. Take 6. And then you hear a click, and the music stops, and a soft, polite female voice says, Close Hoffman Law Firm, how may I direct your call?
Yes, could I speak to Mr. Vaden
One moment,
if
please.
he's in?
She goes off the line, soft music starts playing again. How long would you like to wait?
At this point, I'll just wait his back.
So are you all in, like, a one convenient location, like, say, the real estate office? Are you all just, like, hanging out together while David's making the call?
Yeah, I assume that we set up base in the basement of the real estate office.
What are we doing? Playing, like, cards or something?
Watching television, maybe?
Staring
place
at
right now,
David
bro.
make a call.
If we're playing cards, win.
Okay.
Oh, right, because you...
It's not cheating if you guys don't call me on it.
Yes, it is.
Alright, that's what all of you are doing. Then a few minutes pass, and the receptionist pops back up and says, I'm sorry, you are calling during the night hours? Normally, we require you to directly dial the extension number for a person you are trying to get a contact of. May I ask who is calling?
David Green.
I see, a Mr. David Green. Your ears can pick up this is a light scribbling. And may I ask for what business you are calling with Mr. Van der Weyden?
Shit.
Personal matter.
You say shit to the reception.
No. That was out of character.
Byron's
Okay.
going to say, you're looking into real estate on Rikers Island and would like some input, maybe.
I guess it's a fair assumption that that David did put her on speakerphone.
Yeah, okay. I say that I'm looking into real estate on Rikers Island.
There is a long pause. Real estate on Rikers Island, Mr. Green? Is this some kind of sick joke?
Please just pass it on to him.
One moment, please. She goes off the line. Soft music starts playing again.
Got any threes?
Blackjack.
How long would you like to wait?
I don't know. What's on the television cards game?
We're playing Go Fisher.
Also, Cliff Benton.
That's the name of the President of the United States, Cliff Benton. I typed it in the TeamSpeak chat for you.
Yeah, no, I got that. It's just...
You have a problem with
Yeah.
the name of the President of the United States?
Maybe I do.
That's a shame, because, he's the President of the United States and everything.
Well, if he's what's on Google Images, I definitely don't want to fight him.
So, 12 minutes pass. You actually haven't heard a song repeat, David. It's cycling through all sorts of lovely little soft, like elevator music. And every now and then a little recorded voice pops up, mentioning, various super cool things the Close Hoffman law firm is doing, none of which remotely interests you at all. Blah, 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 blah. And then there's a click. And there is a cold voice on the other end. Real estate. Onto Rikers Island, Mr. Green.
Got your attention, did...
Why don't you stop on by? The phone dies.
Will do. And just like that, we're in. Also, he might kill us. We're in.
Yahtzee.
Yahtzee.
So how we getting there?
Assuming we're driving. I do have a car and a retainer to drive it.
Get in the trunk, David.
Get in the trunk! Yeah, okay.
Maybe you guys should have gotten a car that could comfortably seat, 5 people.
Should I have gotten the van? Should I have gotten the white van?
Yeah.
With free can rolled on the side of it.
You just close it, the Nosferatu in the trunk. He's like, I can't fucking believe this.
Fucking immortal and riding in the truck in a car.
And yet, I can believe it.
It's 'cause you're ugly. Shut up.
Alright, is that what
You're
the four...
ugly.
Is that what you all wish to do? Bundle up inside Joseph's vehicle and have his retainer chauffeur you all to the Close Hoffman law firm?
This time of This time of night, it would be faster by car than by subway, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we're looking at about 10 p.m. now.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm good with it.
Geronimo.
Okay.
All right, so doesn't take too horribly long. Make good time traveling across to Manhattan. All told, maybe spend, well, combined on how deeply ensconced you are in Astoria, you got a half hour there. You arrive at the Close Hoffman law firm by 10:30. Well, you sort of arrive by, I suppose there's plenty of parallel parking to be had. Not too far away.
I mean, this time of night in central Manhattan, there should be.
I mean, it is a Saturday night, man.
Yeah, but we're not exactly in a party area.
Well, you don't know. Maybe they were having the week after New Year's Day party at the Close Hoffman law firm.
Dave, let's be honest here. Any place that Marcus goes is a party.
But like a subtle one.
So, which ghoul is driving the vehicle, Joseph?
Rain. Unless Craig normally attends to the church. Rain normally does all the people things.
Okay. That's perfectly acceptable then. Would you just like for her to wait with the car? Or what?
Yeah, just stay nearby and wait with the car, stay in the same place, and then, I guess she would have a cell phone? Would that be possible?
Sure.
Then someone else should have one, and, they can call in case we start getting killed.
Alright. You all are not stopped in any manner, as you've pulled up and parked about a block from the Close Hoffman law firm. It's worth noting that you are very close by to the Empire State Building, and not that far also from Madison Square, and just several blocks away from Madison Square Garden. So if you need to quickly make a break for it, you could possibly get to Elysium before you die. And foot traffic is, it's fair. I mean, it's a Saturday night. This is more like a business area, so not too much foot traffic coming through here, but it's a city of so many people in the metropolitan area. I'm sure you'll find traffic somewhere or another. How would you all...
Okay, how are we...
Yep. Yeah.
How are we going to get the Nosferatu out of without anyone seeing him?
I can just on and walk around.
Yeah, I mean, the guy knows we're coming, so you can probably obfuscate your way into the office anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to hide from him. I'm just trying to make people not question my appearance. By the way,
Well-
I'll be wearing
Go ahead.
like sunglasses and a hat and stuff. Just
All
in
right.
case.
I wanted to ask the four of you, that remind me, what sort of things you have brought along with you. Can I just assume that it's all of your equipment carried, or just tell me, and for the purposes of the stream, what each character has with them?
Well, Byron has the usual 9mm gun and a knife in his pocket. Wearing a business suit. He's got that little mag light that he got a few weeks ago. And cell phone, PDA, and that's pretty much it.
I'm not going to bring any of my weapons, but I am going to have most of my normal gear on me in the inside pockets of my jacket. Aside from that, Dave usually tries to dress somewhat smartly, even though he doesn't look nice. Button-up shirt, suits when possible, that kind of thing.
Okay. Marcus? Joseph?
Marcus is wearing boots, I guess you could call them work boots, jeans, torn in places but they're subtly torn. and then then a T-shirt, and he has only his knife.
Slightly changed my gear carried and equipment list. Just carry pocket knife, a switchblade with me, but pistols left at home unless I specifically take it. So, not now.
Okay. So how would the four of you like to approach this building?
From the front.
Okay.
From the top.
From below.
Alright, so as you're heading towards the front, of course you have those variety of warnings there by the front door. You know, like by entering this building, you subjugate yourself to a security inspection at any given moment. You forfeit your right to avoid that. You also, stuff like concealed weapons are not allowed on the premises at all. Any violators will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of law. And there's a little snide joke about, and you're entering a law firm, so rest assured, we can do that.
Okay, well, Byron's going to go put his gun and his knife. He doesn't really expect problems here in the car. He's not going to, and then he'll come back, however long that takes.
Okay.
Unless I see a metal detector or something, I'm keeping the
As
knife on.
it turns out, as you're looking through the front doors, there are 2 security guards, and there are 2 metal detectors.
Okay, knife goes away.
Back into the car, the knife was.
David carrying any metallic objects?
Well, let's see. I guess I'll put my cell phone, flashlight, handcuffs, tweezers, camera, lockpicks, multi-tool, and binoculars back in the car.
Can you just squeeze it? Is there room for him to just squeeze around the metal detectors?
He could try, but given the severity of the situation, he doesn't know exactly what the conditions might be inside the room, whether he might have to walk, he might end up having to make a roll to avoid being noticed.
I'd rather just...
Yeah, alternatively, if he doesn't have a metal item, he can walk straight through the metal detector openings and not have a problem at all.
Which is why I was putting everything that has metal in it back in the car.
Just toss me the cell phone. If I see you putting that in, I'll take it from you and hand it back to you when we go through.
Okay. I mean, I don't really need it. This is before the age of ubiquitous cell phones.
I know, but I'd rather be able to call Rain when, shit goes down and we all get killed.
Alright, then you can just keep hanging on to it until we get back to the car.
So you want to call her we're dead?
Yes, after we're dead, right now.
You call Rain, she's confused because you're standing right next to the car.
So, yeah. Once that's all said done, I guess I'll go on in.
Alright. The 4 of you enter. David manages to sneak past through when the doors are held open long enough for him, so there's not a problem any sort of motion he's going to make which would alert his presence. The 2 guards, they both look pretty bored. You're just standing around, night shift, not a whole lot of foot traffic that comes through. One of them looks, actually they both look like, it's the security guard, like a rent-a-cop sort of thing, where they're not actually trained to, like, say, go after a pursuer or, really fire their gun. It's more like call the actual police in the situation. But they're there to keep track and catalog of everything. One of the men looks forward, and there's trays set out for putting in electronic metal devices. He says, close Hoffman Law Firm, not open for business traffic at this point in time, unless you are employees. He looks at your chest, and you're not. Please state your names and the business of which you hope to attend here.
I guess, unless anyone else says it before me, I'll pass myself off as David.
Oh, alright, their eyes light up. Alright, Mr. Green, Carter Vanderweyden called ahead. He's expecting you, and looks confused at the other, at Byron and Marcus. He shakes his head. Please put all your metallic devices inside one of the trays before you step forward. Otherwise, we're going to have problems. David is able to go through just fine, no problems.
All right, well, I follow suit.
Drop my stuff in and go through.
Both of as the metal detector beeps you all through free and clear, your metal devices are handed back to you, and one of the guard who is speaking to all of you, kind of looks at you a little weird, like, you all look a little strange. Are you all eating right? Is there a problem? Is and in his eyes like, oh, perhaps that's why you've come to see Mr. Van der Weyden. Oh my. The other guard looks similarly concerned at your pale, gaunt appearances.
Unless he's
Marcus is just gonna shake his head and keep walking.
unless he's actually, trying to do anything, I pretend like I don't even hear him. Unless he's telling us, when he's telling us to stick our stuff in the things. Unless he's saying something important, I do not pay him any heed.
You just walk past, he just said something terribly rude.
Byron, do you have a reaction?
Yeah, I'll glance going by, but I'm not going to respond. There's nothing needs to be said.
Well, you all are able to retrieve the metal devices that you brought in with you just fine. Metal detectors don't go off for you, and you've reached the elevators, which there are actually 4, and there are 2 stairwells. As it turns out, there's one waiting for you, because it's nighttime, and someone probably left the building at some point or another.
Right. So we're taking the elevator, right, guys?
Yeah, and
That's what I thought.
And, Byron is going to suggest that we 3 should get in there, but maybe David should take the stairs. I mean, it won't be out of the ordinary.
Why?
Well, because Byron's going to be afraid. See, now he doesn't trust anybody. He says, if I'm a vampire and I'm paranoid or something, this little mobile coffin going might be a good place to
Mobile coffin. None of you have a problem with claustrophobia, do you?
No, but I do have one problem that may come up in
acrophobia. A fear of heights.
Yes. But as long as I'm not near a window, I'll probably run from windows, but unless you say otherwise, unless I'm overlooking something, I think I can stay within just shaking violently. Why am I the one that's always, stuck somewhere?
You're a Malkavian, come on.
That was my reaction.
So do I have to make a roll for that, or
Not right now, no, but you're on floor 1.
Okay.
Which floor is Mr. Van der Weyden's office on?
That is a good question.
Yeah, it very much is a good question. Doesn't look like there are any labels on those elevator buttons as the doors close.
So we're all standing in the elevator when I need to grab the phone and call and ask which floor we go to?
You're going to use a cell phone inside the elevator.
Brilliant. I mean, isn't there I don't know, some kind of listing inside the elevator of what's on what floor?
There was a listing outside the elevators.
I go take a look at it.
The elevator door opens. The guards peer back confused as the 3 of you are just standing and confused while David looks out and is shaking his head as he stares at various listings. All sorts of various types of things, like where the various departments are and which particularly interests you. Offices of the senior partners appear to be on the floor right below the top floor. So we're looking at, there's 37 total stories, and you could possibly assume Carter van der Weyden is on the 36th.
All right, moving on up.
The security guards peer back and confused as the door closes. The three other vampires just standing around, looking at the buttons.
Not a single fuck given.
Appears not be. And it's worth noting, if you all ascend, Joseph, you're staring pretty hard at that number, 36. As the elevator rather swiftly moves up the floors.
Problem, Joseph?
I never get why people have an obsession with putting themselves as high as possible. Why can't it be like the 36th basement?
Because they like to lord it over people. Also, it takes a lot more effort to dig down than it does to build up.
But it's so much safer.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it kind of is.
The elevator is not stopped along the way. Not a whole lot of traffic, and there are 3 other elevators. Eventually, the elevator doors do open, and my, that is a gorgeous, absolutely wonderful view of the city on a wonderful Saturday night. The actual cold, dreary night looks significantly better from these massive, transparent windows. And not just little windows, big windows, covering a long wall. And Joseph, you need to make a courage difficulty 8 roll.
I want so badly to just, grapple him and push his face up against the window and just yell, "Look at it! Look at it!"
So yeah, courage difficulty 8, or you can spend one of your willpower points, though this may not be a guarantee. I am given license by the book to perhaps require you to shy away from a phobia as much as possible. I mean, if you don't want to make the courage difficulty 8 roll, it's perfectly cool with me. You can just hide in the elevator. The rest
Well,
of...
it looks like...
See, the 3 of you, you can see, Byron, Marcus, David, you all get out of the elevator just fine, and perhaps you can have some appreciation of the view. Joseph, the beast coil within you suddenly forces you to leap back inside the elevator as, much to your horror, you stare outside. It's like, oh my god, I'm 36 stories above the ground.
I don't even have the wherewithal to hit the 1 button.
Problems, Joseph?
You come or what?
I'm assuming I'm not really responding. It's more of sort of a random gibbering of just noises.
Yes, you're of course allowed to portray your fear in however much you like. You just have had to recoil from the object of your fear. In this case, the glorious vista as you are coming face to face with the fact that you are so high above the ground.
Ah.
Yeah, so Brian, you're in charge, and I start jamming the 1 button until something breaks, either my finger or the button.
Barring intervention from you 3, the door closes.
I mean, as long as I'm driving away with the car.
Once I'm on the ground, I should be good enough.
Yep, Byron just watches the door close in kind of stunned silence and glances at the other 2 and shrugs.
Malkavian.
Okay. In that case, for you all, beyond that absolute gorgeous view, there are a series of offices here. Most of them are not lit. There's 2 maintenance people milling about. Does not appear to be receptionist. Off in the far corner, there is a light that is on, and a shadow of a man who appears to be hunched over as if he's sitting at a desk.
Well, I guess Byron starts off in that direction.
Okay. Do the 2 of you follow suit?
I follow just behind him, hands in my pockets, looking subtly punk.
Okay. David?
Yeah, I do.
Alright. Joseph, you reach the first floor without problems. Security guards peering curious at you. But one of them is asking, Mr. Green, are you alright? Are you finished with your business here?
My associates will be taking care of the business. I have a small problem with heights, and that is why they were along. I thought I could handle it. Apparently I can't.
So, they both look confused and concerned, like, Mr. Green, you were the one who requested to see Mr. Vanderweyden. If you can't actually attend, I am not sure what business Mr. Vanderweyden will have with your mere associates. A senior partner does not appreciate his time being wasted.
They are my partners, equal to me in our business. I am sure he will be as happy to see them as me, especially if I'm going to be incapacitated, sitting there staring at your stupid window.
Are you still in the elevator?
Well, I mean, did they come up to the elevator and talk to me? I assume that I walked towards them before they
So
started
yeah,
talking
they
to me.
could just look and yell at you. I would say otherwise, like the elevator doors just close. That's fine. Sure, they walk out, and if you wish to walk out, they'll have you put your metal items back in the bin again. But beyond that, you're free and clear to exit the building, should you so wish.
Yeah, I'll go to the car and wait, unless I can't think of anything better to do than wait for them incapacitated again.
Okay. Well, if you do have something that your character wants to do, or feel free to make mention of it. All right. As for the three of you who are up here on the 36th floor, you've come to the office, and peering in, the door is open, and apparently the man inside has heard your footsteps. It's a rather fancy enough looking desk, and sure enough, to complement the view, there's actually the view outside. There's lots of nice objects inside, and there are glorious and wonderful windows up here too in this particular office. Sitting behind the desk, which is a rather ornate-looking desk, and there are a few chairs in front of him, is a man who has an untarnished countenance, as if he isn't bothered in the slightest by anything that comes his way. He has a calm demeanor with an intelligent face and alert gray eyes, which are currently not looking at you. Perhaps in homage to his legal profession he pursued while alive, his wardrobe and appearance have been meticulously crafted to convey a sense of professionalism. Other characteristics, he's a lean man with a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow, and he's got short, dirty blonde hair on the top of his head, and he appears to be in his early 30s. You know, as you all just continue to stand there, he looks up. Yes, come in, the three of you.
All right, I head on in.
All right.
Byron will just, he'll head on in and wait for David to start talking, since he's the one that made the appointment after all.
Marcus is going to stay out by the door. He's going to listen, but he's not going to chime in.
You're going to stand outside?
I'm going to stand outside the office by the door, see if anyone comes by.
Dude, he said
David.
all three of us should come in.
The icy cold gray eyes of the man behind the desk just focus solely on Marcus. Is there a problem?
No, just making sure we're away from prying eyes. And he walks in.
He looks at the three of you, putting down his pen, and he says, I had heard from security that there was a fourth person traveling with you. Where is he?
He had trouble with heights.
The man who's sitting behind the desk just closes his eyes. Lets out a low sigh. opens them again, and looks at you, David. And I believe you are the man I spoke with over the phone, David Green.
I am.
Byron's going to step in here, and he's going to ask, he says, wait, those security guards noticed our friend here come through the lobby?
Carter looks at Byron and smiles a bit and says, well, normally not, but if they know what to look for, then not even the powers of Cain can so easily disguise one. I do not trust mere Kine with overseeing my security while I work. He
Ghouls?
smiles.
Well, Byron's just going to nod. He was just taken off guard by that because he didn't think those guards out there were worth much. So
His intellectual eyes are staring at you, Byron. I see you underestimated them, as have so many. They handle a bit the appearances of a manicured hand gestures towards your appearances, particularly David's.
Right. Well, I apologize for using the line real estate on Rikers Island to get your attention.
Carter looks back at you. It's a fair line. It was clever enough, and it certainly did succeed in its task. It would have been difficult for you to gain admittance otherwise, especially now that you have learned of some of my security. Why have you come?
I would like permission to access Vito Fratelli.
The brows scrunch. Ah, Vito Fratelli. He snorts. Locked up in Rikers Island for a series of foolish crimes you would expect one as vetted as he is in criminal law, you would imagine, being the head of an organized crime family, to actually have known better. He shakes his head. And I imagine you have brought your associates because... He pauses, and then he looks at Marcus. Eyebrow lifts. Marcus Paulson.
You know of me?
And he looks at Byron. And you must be Byron Rand.
Byron will nod. Affirmative.
And the man who has been left downstairs is Joseph Chung.
Correct.
I do not forget names. With your little real estate, he backtracks a bit, perhaps not so little, real estate establishment in Astoria. I have heard of things that have transpired there recently, with the Fratelli family moving out. I had not known they were capable of such a thing, but it seems I am staring at 3 of the reasons why.
Well, we will help.
Byron's going to glare and say, yes, we had a little dust up. We were able to handle it fairly cleanly and unobtrusively.
And Carter lifts a brow at Marcos. Oh, a little help?
Marcus at Byron says, basically nods and says there's no, basically saying it tacitly, there's no reason to lie to him. Valentine was there.
I see. He lets the point go now, looks towards David. And what purpose do you have by seeking access to Vito Fratelli?
I wish to make him a ghoul.
A ghoul, you say? Carter thinks about this and looks towards Byron and Marcus and says, perhaps you two should wait downstairs with your companion Joseph. He tilts his head a little bit. I am familiar with the conditions brought on being a child of Malkav. I am sure he does not appreciate being alone.
Actually, I thought of something. I'm gonna go ahead and, after I've settled my mind a little, call Byron.
Okay. In that case, after Carter has told you that, Byron, your phone rings. Carter is looking expectantly at Byron and Marcus.
Byron will say, do you mind if I get this before heading out? It seemed he'll look at the screen and it'll show the number anyway, so he'll know that it's David's phone. He'll put two and two together.
David, Joseph, he'll say, you can get it on the way out.
You gonna be fine, David?
Yeah,
I should be.
All right. Well, Byron takes the hint and takes the call as he's exiting the room, and he'll fill in. Well, actually, he'll just say we're on our way down. We'll fill you in later. I mean, about 2 minutes.
Marcus Stanton says, it was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Vanderweyden.
Carter
walks out.
nods politely and focuses his full gray stare on David.
David will wait.
There's a polite pause, almost as if Carter Vanderweyden is gathering his thoughts, though if what you heard from him is true, this is not exactly necessary. Eventually he begins to speak. I recognize your name from more than just being a Nosferatu who has a domain in Astoria.
I figured.
Although I have not lived in the city as long as you, I do know of the various dealings you've had here, including your initial pursuits and how your dreams of law enforcement were taken away from you by your condition, he says politely. To that end... Oh, go ahead.
It's no great secret to those who look.
But, of course, being Nosferatu, it seems that not many people want to look, and even if they can, they simply can't find it. He breathes in deeply, of course a mortal affectation given the fact that he is a vampire. I will allow this of you, David, the opportunity to do so. How you go about doing this is of course your business, but I will not interfere with you interfering in my domain. However, in return, I would wish to make a request.
Namely?
You seek to ghoulify Vito Fratelli, so that whenever he is released from prison, as he undoubtedly will be, that you will have control of the head of the Fratelli family. Now, given what I know of your background, I cannot assume this would be for some nefarious objective rather than to see them overthrown.
Was there a question there?
He smiles at your pointed and intelligent statement. He scratches his chin and says, but the old man may not have control of the family by the time he is allowed to be released from prison. Lorenzo Fratelli has made great steps to solidifying control of his own. And make no mistake, as someone who pursued the law, as much in life as he does in death. I do not want to see the Fratelli family continue to haunt people.
Truth be told, I want him less for control over the family and more for the evidence he could provide and for information on the Gaspuccis.
Carter nods with that. I see. My concern, I would mention to you then, is while I may hold nominal control over Rikers Island, I cannot oversee every mortal threat that may come in. Lorenzo, as time draws near, may seek to murder Vito in order to ensure that the old man cannot reclaim control over the family. Lorenzo is certainly far more dangerous than Vito is.
Thank you for the warning.
Say that. To that end, as repayment for what I am allowing you, and he pauses, perhaps as repayment for what has been done to this entire city, and for what I know you care about, and what I care about as well. Yeah, the eyes get a little bit colder. I don't want the Fratellis to haunt the people of New York City anymore, David. Whatever that means.
Then I'll do my best to put Vito to good use.
And whatever pains are necessary to be taken, he leans back again in the chair, I'll see to it that Valentine won't be so much of a problem.
I appreciate that, too.
Now again, it's all up to you on how you wish to go about this process with Vito, but if you were creative enough to think of a way to get my attention, I'm sure there won't be any trouble.
Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, or should I see myself out?
Carter shakes his head. No, I will manage to keep track through one means or another, and if need be, he gives you his extension number. Feel free to place a call. The line is secure, and I do not forget a name.
I appreciate this, and I won't forget it.
Carter nods politely before looking back at his desk and resuming his work.
All right, I'm going to head on out.
Alright, it's worth noting that you two, Byron and Marcus, had no trouble getting through security as well. You had more of those questioning looks, but the guards allowed you through just fine. You put in your metal items, and you've returned to Joseph. While that all was taking place, what was it that you two wanted to do with Joseph?
Just fill him in, and Byron, well, not so quietly, say security here is better than they let on.
Okay. In that case, eventually the elevator door dings. David, you're free to step out. The guards are, they're still looking bored. They're focusing on rather menial desk work. Maybe one of them's playing a game. And you're able to easily walk through the metal detectors, and both of them politely say to your back, not looking at you, they just assume that you're around there, perhaps. Mr. Green.
I was just going to tip my hat to them on the way out as well.
Yeah, okay. And you're also free and clear.
All right, I'm going to explain to them that we got permission, for what it's worth.
What's the next step in your plan?
Just a quick question. How much of that conversation do you tell us? If you're withholding, I'll ask pretty much for blow by blow as much as you're willing to.
Yeah, that would be useful, David. Aaron, rather, to give like as much of a recount for these people as you would like them to know in character.
Right, and I'm trying to decide that because my demeanor is enigma.
Fucking vampires.
Yeah, but you know, being the enigma, I'll keep bothering you and bothering you and bothering you and bothering you.
Right. I think that I'll also imply that I'm trying to figure out what wording I could use to even imply that. I'll hint at the fact that he's going to keep Valentine busy for us, or at least off our backs for what we're about to do.
If once you bring that up, I'd like to just say then, as long as possible, we probably want to keep this card in check, just because it would be better if one person doesn't gain all the power in the city.
I understand. From what I've seen of him, though, well, never mind. Anyway, the next step is to subvert a chef. Tonight, though, I'm going to stop by Elysium since we're so nearby. How about you three?
I got nothing, Baird. Why not?
I guess Byron will just head on back to Astoria then, either by car with Joseph or by metro.
He has
Looks
no
like
interest in Elysium?
Was that directed at me?
Yeah, does Byron have no interest in going with Marcus and David to Elysium?
No, actually. He needs to think about this a little bit. He needs to be alone with his thoughts because he's not going to let it on, but he's not too happy about going against Valentine on this. He's a little uneasy about it.
Right. For understandable
If we're
reasons.
going against Valentine on this.
Yeah, that still hasn't been cleared up. Valentine's connection and how deeply he's involved with the family.
I mean, I'm not the only one who can investigate stuff, you know.
Yeah, and I'll go to Elysium.
Okay. Byron excuses himself. I mean, it's not too far of a walk for you guys to get to one of the Elysium spots. Byron could be driven back to Astoria through Joseph's retainer, or Byron could be made to take a taxi cab, or...
We'll let him take the car and have her drive back around. There's no reason that we can't walk, and that'll be nice at least.
Okay. Alright, in that case, Byron is politely driven back to Astoria to be left at the real estate building. The night still seems cold and dreary. We're looking at about 11 o'clock now. As you're being driven along, seeing the vibrant lights and hustle and bustle of New York City, and all of its glamour and glitz, and all of its ugly things too. But it passes by reasonably well. There is a billboard that you end up driving by that's pretty well lit for a relatively new cab service, the Metro Cab Service, as it's wonderfully named. And it has a symbol for you to easily recognize that it has a serpent coiling in upon itself, the Ouroboros, on the billboard. And it's just so that you can easily recognize the cab because they're so reliable whenever you call for them. Beyond that, you make it to Astoria just fine. As for...
Yeah, there'll be a small change in plans. I'll go to, I don't know how he can do this on short notice, but he's got it in his head that he wants to learn more about that lawyer. I've forgotten his name, the Malkavian guy.
Carter Vaden?
Right. Waiting.
That's it. Right. So he's going to go to Thomas Arturo's domain and, just kind of see if he can figure out if he can find out where he is, if he's around there. I don't know. Hit some of the popular night spots, I guess.
You're just gonna mosey and poke around in some other vampire's domain without being invited?
Yeah, sounds like a great idea.
Brilliant.
Okay, the retainer is going to drive you to Astoria, and then you're like, change of plans, can you take me to Greenwich Village? Or you just want to get to Astoria first, and then make your way back to Manhattan on your own?
I was gonna stop her midway across the on the way back. But if we all get all the way back to Astoria, he'll just get off and then let her go back, and he'll make his way to Greenwich Village on his own.
That's up to you. I don't know whether she would be like, okay, sure. That's up to Joseph in that regard. It's his goal.
Yeah, if he asks, there's no reason she wouldn't. I mean, she's going to be driving back to Elysium or nearby anyways.
Okay, then your roundabout trip eventually will end up taking you to somewhere in Greenwich Village. As for the three of you, as you're walking along, hustle and bustle of Manhattan life, not a whole lot of interesting other than the fact that it's still a cold and dreary night. Woo! Definitely not comfortable, and there are still very much remnants of the ice storm still on the roads. Roads are still fairly slick, but of course constant traffic and salt and whatever has made them safe for transit. But there are definitely remnants of the snow, in places where it hasn't melted due to such contact with the heated ground, because this is a rather busy city. Which Elysium would you three like to head to?
Is there any particular Elysium that the sheriff is known for tending to be at?
That would be Madison Square Garden.
Then that one.
Yeah, I think David put his icon right on top of it, so I can't click on it.
That's fine. And sure enough, you all get there. Recognizing markers, I mean, the entirety of the Square Garden is considered Elysium, and there's a current, convention center happening, even so late in the evening, but it's got to shut up shop pretty soon. There's not very many people around in the place, and doesn't really seem to be many vampires either, but you go to where vampires tend to keep themselves and hold court. And as it turns out, sure enough, David, I figure if, David tries enough times, lo and behold, what you see is, what you all would recognize very well. To be, although you're all familiar with this token now since I put it on the Manhattan map, Qadir al-Asmai. Qadir looks like he might easily be a Middle Eastern sultan, so striking is his appearance. His hair is wavy and black just above his shoulders, and a trimmed goatee adorns his face below his sharp nose. He has a wide, cruel mouth, and as the three of you approach, he regards you with obvious suspicion. He's not overly muscled, but he does have a very intimidating and powerful aura, a presence about him which cannot be denied. He is currently wearing a very expensive suit, and a glint of light from his wrist indicates a fine Swiss watch. His apparent age is late 30s. He looks at you with obvious suspicion. He does not immediately recognize any of you, although as he stares at Marcus's face long enough, he lifts a brow, sensing that you three want something to do with him. Yes. I gotta think of a rich voice that sounds intimidating enough to be a sheriff. Hold on. Yes. Yes? Yes? No, that's too high.
No,
Hi, everyone.
That was just right. That's
I'm
perfect.
Sheriff Qadir al-Asmai. What business do the three of you have?
No.
Yes.
See him toking off helium in after every sentence.
That's like his dark secret.
Well, I mean, he's a vampire. He doesn't have to worry about inhaling as much helium as he wants.
That's right. Yes.
A few nights ago, we got word from a kindred in town that the Sabbat are building up north, doing mass recruiting.
The sheriff examines his immediate surroundings to ensure that, there's no one within earshot. Looks at David. Oh? What's your source for this information?
A kindred who was passing through Queens. I'm not sure where they ended up.
I see. The look of obvious suspicion still has not left his face. He looks at Joseph and Marcus. And it took the three of you to come here to tell me this? Or is there something more?
Oh no, that's all. For me at least. I'm not sure about that.
Marcus at this is just going to wander off and find some other group of vampires to gossip with.
I'm sorry, we have business elsewhere to attend to also, which is why we are traveling together at the moment.
I see.
Nothing more than incidental.
Would you like to share your names with me? He gestures at Marcus's back. I already remember Marcus's name for his valiant effort, the Battle of New York, but your two I do not know.
David Green.
And Joseph Shung.
I see. We have suspected that there are Sabbat-resistant elements still operating within the city, but do you know exactly where beyond in the Bronx?
No, we don't. I'm afraid that that was all that they said. They were fleeing from Sabbat-controlled territories.
I would have liked to have spoken with this person. Perhaps you should have found a way to bring him to me. The cruel glower upon his face actually, the lips curl up in a leer, if you will.
I expect we should, but they slipped away at the beginning of one night. I'm not sure where they ended up.
Say, I appreciate your attention into the matter. However, it could have easily been a Sabbat infiltrator, and this information is merely to confuse us.
Oh, I'm quite aware. I just thought that it should be brought to your attention, sir.
Very well, then. I appreciate your concerns, and remembering that the Sabbat is still the enemy of all. Marcus, as you've gone wandering off, I want you to make a self-control check at difficulty 6. That's a success.
Yes.
But what you've managed to spot of just walking through Madison Square Garden is what a absolutely gorgeous, just like massive wall mural on one of the many walls of the place. It catches your attention. It's hard to quantify exactly how you feel about it, and it seems almost as if you yearn to stand beside it and just gaze over to try to learn more of it. Maybe analyze why it enraptures you so, but you manage to shake it off as Joseph and David finish with their conversation.
Do we notice that?
I mean, he's a Toreador. He might just be looking around the walls. He didn't stop.
Yeah, I think that would really require an empathy check on our part. If we cared. Which I don't.
True, but getting him stuck in a loop might, free us up to do things without him, for a while, and not have to worry about someone trying to kill us because he runs his mouth.
Guys, you seen this mural?
Yes.
As David and Joseph look at it, you're not exactly sure what about it is so specialized, particularly David, who's just such an asshole. You're just looking at it like, huh. I mean,
It sure is a mural.
Trying to analyze it, in his investigative, objective manner, like, yeah, there's a lot of lines there.
You guys just can't. This thing is true art.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and be a little bit of a dick here. I'm going to try to get Marcus to pay attention to all the murals I can, all of any artistic things.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm just going to look around and see if there are any free-to-use blood dolls around the Elysium.
Not so much, no. This isn't exactly a night where an Elysium meeting would be taking place. It's more along the lines for like the end of the month. Certainly, though, you're welcome to attempt to hunt in the area. It's a Saturday night, and it's not so late that there wouldn't be any traffic at all, so it wouldn't be too difficult to hunt. However, you are a Nosferatu.
Yeah, no, I was just looking to see if there was anything free and readily available. If I was going to hunt, I'd head back to Astoria.
No. As a matter of fact, Elysium itself tends to be mostly defunct. Since there is no current holding prince, and there are very few elders within the city, Elysium doesn't see a whole lot of action and activity. The sheriff kind of comes here because, he's technically the biggest authority, and his title is still very much recognized and respected. The person himself, though, the sheriff's kind of a dick. And by kind of, I mean he's not a nice person.
I mean, have we vampire who's not a dick?
Well, no, that's up to your call there.
That's assuming that that is even possible.
Yes. Might depend on your blood bond. I mean, maybe Byron doesn't think his sire's a dick. Who knows? Marcus doesn't even know his sire.
It's a love-hate relationship there.
Okay.
Is there any other vampires of note or any Toreadors I can gossip with?
You can gossip with the sheriff. He's a Toreador.
The sheriff scares me. The sheriff scares me.
He actually knew your name. It just took him a few moments.
All the more reason to be afraid.
Not
If he knows
particularly.
he knows where I live.
That's
I've learned
obvious.
that.
Obviously, the clear justification you must make. Marcus's attention isn't particularly drawn to any other murals. It's just this particular one is so awesome. No really other vampires, just looking around, trying to take a cursory look with his eyes, his beautiful eyes. No. No other,
You
like,
done here, Dave?
recognizable name.
Oh yeah, I'm done here.
What are you three looking to try to do now?
Get in the car before we start talking.
Okay.
What time is it?
We'll say 11:15 p.m. You've got
Okay.
fucking, 1/4 of a day before the sun rises.
Right.
Sunrise isn't until roughly 7 a.m., so you've got 7 hours and some change.
Right. Let's see. Would it be a law check to know where I could check up on who is employed for what at Rikers Island?
I don't think so, no. You're trying to delve into employment records. You can't exactly do that with a law check.
No, I mean, could I make a law check to know where I could delve into those?
I don't think so either. I mean, you would automatically know that wherever those would be, it wouldn't exactly be a legal process for you to get that information.
Really? I figured they would be a matter of public record at the courthouse or somewhere, since it's government institution.
It could very well be, yeah. In which case you wouldn't have to make a law check for that at all. But you would also know that it stands to reason that inmates are the ones who cook food there.
That's fair. Okay, in that case, I would want to get the overseer of the kitchen.
You gonna look for a little title on the public record? It's just like overseer of kitchen.
No, I mean like the head chef. They wouldn't have the inmates cover every aspect of it.
Right, of course not. But it's also fair to reason that you might not be able to access the court records at, the employee records at this time of day.
Right, I'm just wondering, where I might be able to break in and check them. I mean, no, I'm not breaking in. What?
You could certainly try I'm not exactly sure where the records for Rikers Island employment would be kept in the entirety of the city because of how weird it is with its 5 boroughs.
Right. I'm not actually sure either. That's why I was asking if I could make a check for that.
We'll say it's possible. It's a thing you could do. I could just require you to do some various sort of sneaking things, and that could just be what your character ends up trying to do while you go away.
That's basically what I was thinking of.
Okay, yeah. In that case, that's certainly what your character can attempt to do then. And, I don't know the exact dice rolls that I'll make for that. If you don't end up coming back for the entire session, then it's just something we'll handle during the off session, in between this session and the next one.
That's fair. Even if I don't end up being able to come back to play, I should probably be watching Jordan's stream at some point as well.
Alright, Aaron. In that case, yeah, David's like, see you guys.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fuck you too. See you later.
You see, Marcus and Joseph can think about what they want to do. Byron, you're in Greenwich Village. You've kind of been meandering about the place. How exactly did you want to try pursuing getting a hold of Thomas Arturo?
Can I make it like a little side point real quick?
Sure.
I find the way you pronounce Greenwich Village just hilarious.
I will call it Greenwich now.
No, I know that's how
I
you've
know.
been pronouncing it. It gives me a little giggle. I love it.
I just have to imagine all the people cringing, just like with the names of towns and places in the UK. People screaming at you all the time.
It happens. Whenever I did Defender of the Crown, people lost their shit. And whenever I did that Zombies Incorporated one, someone who lives in the town of Derby over there in the United Kingdom heard me pronounce it Derby and fucking lost his goddamn mind.
You mean like Edinburgh?
Oh well.
Yeah, well, as for Byron just he's just been wandering around, hitting spots, just asking if anyone has seen Arturo and maybe gossiping a little bit. He didn't really have a direction. He didn't think this out too clearly. He just needed time alone to set his head straight. But he is kind of looking for Arturo around there. He's looking for any harpy, really, but he's in Arturo's domain.
What is Byron hoping to do once he finds Thomas Arturo? Like, you're looking for one of the 3 more powerful and influential figures politics-wise in the entire city. But what are you hoping to do once little neonate Byron finds him?
Well, he just suspects that he's essentially gonna ask them what they think of Valentine and I'm gonna need to look his name up again. The lawyer dude.
Carter Vanderweyden. Well,
yeah,
Byron would realize as he's been walking around and his mind's been busy that as these vampires, these harpies, have no sort of relationship with you at all, they wouldn't exactly be forthcoming with how they truly felt about a given situation.
Yeah, he gets that. He
yeah,
just wanted
they don't know you, and you definitely have not been accepted into the, high-minded kindred society.
he would introduce himself, and if he found them, which there's no guarantee on that. I mean, he's only going to spend 2 or 3 hours on this. He's going to get tired of it pretty fast. Or if he gets a phone call from the other two, he might just drop it and hook back up with them. But it's but like I said, he's yeah, he hasn't really thought it through. But he'd introduce and just say, and probably mention, he's new to town. He wanted to know if they knew anything. If they brush him off, he'll just say, all right, well, sorry to bother you.
Okay, that's what you're going to be doing with your time. Marcus, Joseph, you two are still at Madison Square Garden. You're at the car. You're in the car now. Rain has arrived, said that she's taken Byron to Greenwich Village for some reason. Greenwich. That's stupid. That's a dumb name.
Keep saying Greenwich. Like, seriously, it makes me laugh.
I know. I just tried Greenwich. That's stupid. Fucking.
And yet it's the name.
Names are dumb. I don't care how the proper noun goes. It's dumb.
I totally agree, Grimith.
I know. This is the old world of darkness, and I'm the one who makes the rules of the storyteller. And I'm changing the name of Greenwich Village to Greenwich Village. It has been so mandated in New York City.
I mean,
Okay.
If that's how Cliff Benson says it, I mean, who's to argue?
Cliff Benton.
Anyway, Marcus is going to Joseph says, you anything going on tonight?
Nothing in particular planned. There's a number of things we can check out if, you'll want to. There's always something to figure out. I think that getting some brownie points via checking out anything to do with pretty much anything that's fucked up in the city might, be beneficial while everyone's trying to kill us and we keep pissing people off left and right.
Wait. You want us to go be
I want us to go do dumb.
superheroes?
I want us to go do dumb things so that people might, like us or hate us or try to kill us or any of a number of things might happen. I never know. With you guys, it's always something's going to happen, and I'm going to lose control of the situation, and we're all going to die again.
I'm in.
All right, I'm going to step away for now.
All right.
Catch you guys later, maybe.
Later, Aaron.
All right.
Bye.
See you.
Take care. And for that,
User disconnected from your channel.
we'll actually go ahead and take a few minutes of break here. I'll go ahead and take a look at the chat at this point. If you guys want to step away or take care of business, we'll say 5-10 minutes at most. So maybe like 5:02, 5:03. And folks in the chat, do you have any observations you want to make now that you know I'm giving you my full, complete adult attention? Or any questions for myself or for the players? Aaron stepped away, so you can't very well ask him and how he feels about David. But you're welcome to ask questions about us. How much effort was it to code in those flags? Flags. What are you talking about?
I think they mean little dot things that pop up and tell us everything about the city.
Oh, no effort at all. Map tool is set up so that if an item I place onto the map is set to object, then anything I type into the notes of that object will display to a player whenever he clicks on it.
$77 people, only one of them asked a question.
Well, apparently Mihariusu wants to know what's on the screen. That's something you have to answer.
Well, it's the map tools thing. It's what I'm seeing.
Well, there we go. It's map tool.
It's Manhattan. Or on my screen, it's a commercial right now because I just opened it up. And I hate commercials.
Would a blindfold help Joseph? No, I mean, he'd kind of still know. He would have to somehow not believe he's 36 stories up above the ground.
You might give me a point off on the difficulty for it. If
Perhaps,
I remember
but then again, he'd be blind.
right, so, I'd probably get a couple of points added on because I'd be afraid someone's going to push me out the window.
That's a fair point, yeah.
Grimith, if you were a frog, would you eat flies?
Oh, what's actually on the screen, they're the two maps that the players can see on this particular section. They're two of the 5 boroughs. You have Queens, and then you have Manhattan. And no,
Queens is a
Larian,
lot bigger.
it does not appear to be the case. All I see is that question you just asked right there. It's possible that since this is, Saturday evening and everything, Twitch is busy using its bandwidth, for more important tasks.
Like
How-
MLG.
How are the grapple rules in this game? Well, if someone ever tries to do something crazy like grapple, then we'll have to fucking, look it up. There's your answer. Dominate, if he starts freaking out, he can be dominated into relaxing and forgetting it's there. Sure, if, that transpires, maybe Byron will be kind enough to try to do that.
I actually think it's actually difficult to do that because it's the beast reacting, not you.
Larian's question is, why did some dislike Tremors and one of previous Tremors? I don't think we've discussed those at all in this session. Or the last one.
That's a good point. What have they been up to? Crafty sorcerers.
Dun dun dun!
That pretty much explains why everyone hates the Tremors. They're crafty sorcerers. Same reason everyone hates the Malkavians. They're crafty, crazy people. Same reason everyone hates the Nosferatu. They're crafty, ugly people. Same reason everyone hates the Ventrue. They're crafty... I don't know an adjective for them people.
There's a lot of judgmental stereotypes that happen in the world of darkness.
Oh, looks like I left the room and someone asked about dominate. Yeah,
Yeah, you can always dominate, or you can attempt to dominate Joseph rather than try to make him forget about, the fact that he's 36 stories in the air.
Yeah, legit though, it's probably easy to dominate me because I've got like ridiculously low willpower, which was a stupid idea because I've got a bunch of things that make me roll willpower too.
Yeah, I mean, I actually thought about doing that, but first of all, I didn't really know if it would work, and second of all, you're dominating one of your coterie. It's never a good thing. Might be the right decision, but I don't know if Joseph would appreciate that. I mean,
I don't know if the other characters would appreciate that.
Right.
We're very like.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Is Joseph bound to Byron?
No.
No.
There currently exists 0 stages of blood bond between Joseph and Byron.
But there does exist one stage of blood bond between me and David. Both ways.
Yum yum, eat 'em up.
But as to the question why I dislike the Tremere, from the fluff perspective, I just don't like them as vampires. That's just me. Sorcerers. Eh.
Yeah, I'm not that crazy about him either, honestly, and I think it's just the whole mage vampire thing. I don't know, something turns me off about that too.
They're sort of like the bastard child because everyone else is interrelated and like react to each other, and the Tremere just feel a little tacked on almost because of their backstory.
The Tremere are a cornerstone of the Ivory Tower. It's more along the lines of like a Ventrue Tremere Toreador power block for the Camarilla.
True, I'm not saying that they aren't integrated, but I'm saying when you just read like the basic fluff, not go into all the history and all the details, they just feel like if you just read the first page of each of the clan descriptions, they feel tacked on, which is why I think a lot of people dislike them.
I mean, I dislike them, but my second character concept after Marcus was pretty much a Tremere Blood Mage, but you
Well,
saw which one I
Jester,
picked.
the only question that I really got from you was, you know, if I was a frog, would I eat flies? And I saw that as a waste of my time. If you asked a legitimate question, then no, I didn't peer. Did Joseph ever return David's... Oh, no, I didn't hear that happen. No, no,
Is okay. Well
no,
then,
no, Party of a Commissar. I certainly didn't hear that transpire.
apparently I got a free cell phone.
So it's fair to assume that, but I mean, it's even better if... I mean, I also didn't hear them make mention of them getting all of their equipment back from the car, like all of their metal things, so... But that was assumed, too.
I'm going to be going to drink really quickly, but unless you need me right now, I don't think it should take me very long.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle.
Alright. What are your most and least favorite clans? Well, Crimson, you're the only one here beyond me. What are your most and least favorite clans?
I probably like Toreador, Malkavian. Lasombra is kind of cool if you want to do Sabat. Uh, uh, I can't pronounce his name. Tzimsi. I mean, not the Sabat ones, but the ones that are in Eastern Europe, the ancient ones or old clan. I like them. Least favorite, probably Tremere, and just because I think they're to think about that. I'm actually not that crazy about Gangrel, and I can't point to why. I'm not, the whole animism thing, I guess I'm just kind of
Okay. As for what my most and least favorite clans are, I don't particularly have any. I have been a player of this setting before, whenever I tried it out with some of my friends many years ago. It was my only time. I have been a player of sorts in the adapted PC games. Say, Vampire the Masquerade Redemption, but you had to be Bruja no matter what, and Bloodlines where you were allowed to choose from a pick of them. But I really don't have a most and least favorite one. In terms of like general story idea though, I'm an offbeat eccentric person, so I like to go with offbeat eccentric things that would be perceived as perhaps undesirable. That being said, apparently this game is so popular that just about everything is desirable. So I don't know where I can really go to be the hipster kid. Jester asks, you've heard it mentioned that the book sucks to navigate. Just how bad is it? From what I know, Requiem got a little better with the table of contents, but it is ridiculously hard to find things, because rather than an extensive table of contents that you could find at the beginning of a book which actually fucking makes sense, what you have is like, with a White Wolf book, you have like, Chapter 1, and you actually know nothing of what's inside the various chapters. You just have to guess. It could be a chapter devoted to fucking fluff and story time and Papa Beaver and Mama Bear. I just made that shit up. It could actually be mechanics. You have to comb through the index with a fine-tooth comb in order to find any sort of salient, useful things.
Yeah, and if you look in the index, there's like half a dozen to a dozen entries, and so you kind of have to guess which one will be most appropriate.
Yeah, and that doesn't work because, as we pointed out with what my thing was, the sometimes the rules are stuck in the most random of places, and they're not near any of the other rules that's associated with them.
I thought Fantasy Flight Games was obtuse with where they put their rule placement in, say, like a Rogue Trader, but truly White Wolf has surpassed them. Cobrag asks, how in-depth can the story go? The players certainly could attempt to become politicians, important figures in kindred society, and try to influence the current ongoings of New York City. Or perhaps the entire region, and maybe if they want to get really broad, the entire world itself.
I have returned away.
Yes, you can field some of the questions then, Sean and Jordan, while you've been gone. Various things that have been put in the chat.
It looks like they're talking about the pronunciation of Samitsi.
Right, but there's a bigger chat log there from Samura, Makria, and Jester and Kobrag. You know, you can answer what your most and least favorite clans are. Quit being a bitch.
Well, actually, my most favorite clan is actually the Bruja. And my least favorite clan, Giovanni, actually.
Well, there we go. Larian knows your thoughts on the Giovanni.
Two birds, one stone.
And you, Sean?
My most favorite clan's probably the Malkavians. Just because of the insight rather than the crazy. I actually like that sort of combination, obviously. My least favorite, I don't think I have a least favorite.
Alright. And as for thoughts on Giovanni, they're a clan. They're independent. They control JFK International Airport. It's a thing they do.
If we were running a game in Europe, especially in Italy, I think Giovanni would be really interesting because of some of their backstory. But yeah, as it is now, they're just, you know, Italian type vampire clan that's all one family and inbred as far as Byron is concerned.
Alright, is Aaron coming back? He might, or he might just end up watching. His character is going to be busy doing stuff anyway, so it's rather convenient for the process of that. I can just feed him that information later, or not, depending on what ends up happening. As for the Sabbat, difference in terms of roleplay and party mechanics, it's something that we haven't delved into, because we haven't had to read it, but Sabbat Pack operates differently than a kindred coterie. Part of that is through the rite they take place, part of that is just a whole belief structure, part of that is their vinculum where they all become blood bond to one another. Hey, you're right, I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, go ahead.
If you've seen Vampire Masquerade Redemption, you see that the Sabbat are not all evil. It's actually kind of refreshing when you see that point of view.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people concentrate on when they say it's a good game. It's the characters are in depth and true to the backstory.
And yes, the party could travel to Europe if they wanted to. If they really cared about that enough, it's a fucking sandbox. They can try to go wherever they want. It's not like there's a sign up in front of Europe that says no vampires allowed. Alright, that's enough questions.
Yeah, but us going to Europe, especially in this storyline, I think would kind of be a dick move to Grimith because I mean it's like
You guys are more than welcome to go. The campaign just ends.
yeah, it's like, yeah, cool. It's great that you put all this effort into New York and stuff, but fuck you. We're just gonna go to Europe. We think that'll be more interesting.
I don't have a problem with you going to Europe. The campaign ends, though. You're gonna have to find someone who's gonna take your characters through Europe.
And you live happily ever after.
I don't give a damn. What you do in Europe is your business. You've escaped the scope of the story. Fantastic. Alright, so, Joseph and Marcus are sitting in a vehicle piloted by Rain near Madison Square Garden. Byron is wandering around Greenwich Village. We're still looking at about 11:30, 11:40. What are you two, Jordan and Marcus, going to be doing, and would you like to call Byron?
Oh, that does, no, Brain has a phone. Yeah, I'll go ahead and call Byron. Ask him what he's doing.
Byron, you've got a phone call.
Oh, goody. Yeah, I'll answer it. And he's going to ask, and you know, he's going to give his version of his well thought out plan, which is he was looking for a third opinion on Valentine and lawyer dude that I really just got to hover over his name and memorize that stupid. But so if you want to talk him out of this ill thought out plan, be my guest.
The name of the lawyer is Carter van der Weyden.
Yeah, so Byron, you're dumb.
This is coming from the guy who couldn't follow you up onto the 36th floor.
No, but actually in character. Byron, that's probably not a good idea. I mean, you're kind of wandering around someone else's domain, and how about we go do something else, something interesting? Unless you do have any leads, do you?
Nope. Zipola. He's not hard to talk out of. He's getting bored. I don't care what time it is. He's impatient. So he'd say, all right, what do you want to do?
Well, the obvious thing is to go up and check in a little bit more on the Bronx and poke our noses in there and get ourselves all killed.
On second thought, I think, and you know, come on, Grimith, it's Greenwich, you know, not this Greenwich crap. It might be safer there if I'm gonna die.
No, I'm only kidding. I just want to poke around. I have some ideas on what the may or may not be occurring, and we'll be careful. We'll be perfectly safe.
All right, Byron will catch a cab and go to.
Oh, we'll pick you
where?
up. Go,
Okay,
go.
that'll
Stand
work.
on a corner. Tell us what corner it is, and don't move. I trust Byron about as much as I trust Marcus at this
All
point.
right. Jordan, does Marcus have his heightened senses activated?
Yes.
So you regularly do that even when you're traveling on the road and all of the insanely bright lights of Manhattan?
I avert my eyes.
You're afraid? Why do you have heightened senses activated if you're gonna avert your eyes?
Somehow I feel like that just makes it worse.
Okay, so you have heightened senses activated, but you can't see. All right, I got it.
Well, they're
Okay.
subtly heightened, Grimith.
Let me explain. I had my heightened on because we just came out of Madison Square. I had my heightened senses on because we're in Elysium, you know. Eavesdropping, whatever.
Well, you're currently sitting in a car, and you're about to be driven about in Manhattan.
He
Yeah,
can
they're
hear
probably
any.
not.
He can hear any trouble coming, over the sound of the car engine.
Right.
Yeah, I think on heightened senses I would only heighten my ears in this case.
Okay. I want you to make a perception plus alertness check while you guys are driving to Greenwich Village to pick up Byron. Difficulty 6, Marcus.
Is this visual or auditory?
It's visual.
So I'm assuming the difficulty 6 is after you take into my...
I'm not taking that into account because you're not having it because you're driving around. Unless you do want to have it drive around, in which case you're blinded. Again, there's a lot of bright lights in New York City. I mean,
I was talking about my acute sense, which is I just have better than normal eyesight.
Oh, right.
When I thought you were talking about acute sense, I thought you were talking about aspects.
Yeah, I was talking about aspects. I just forgot that acute senses is different from that. No, it's not taking that into account.
Two successes?
1 success. No, 2, because your 5 applies. Okay. That was unfortunate. Alright. So you all continue to travel along to Greenwich Village, and you find Byron eventually. Takes some time. It's about midnight now.
Okay. Ask both of them. Do either of you have any particular things you want to go do? You want to go check in on?
Not
Byron's
really.
just gonna roll his. Go ahead.
Not really.
Byron's just gonna roll his eyes and say, "Well, my best idea was wandering around somebody else's domain." So, what you got on the? What's your opinion?
Even Byron's making fun of himself for being dumb. Um, the
The perfect patsy.
um, the Muncie Hudson Expedition and Storage Company offices. They're up in the Bronx. They are rumored to be haunted. I don't know if that's true, or I don't know if there's Sabat in there. All I know is that they were the point of war with the Camarilla and the Sabat in back in '96, and you guys were there. So wanted to go check them out. If there's Sabat in there, it's our job to get them out. If there's not, if there's some haunting or something, it's something we can use, probably.
Yeah, Byron's fine. He says, I need something to take my mind off the start of this evening anyway.
Jordan, quick question. You don't have slow mode on for the Twitch chat, do you?
No, I just turned it off and on though.
Okay. Just say, it should have been off. It just, people having problems with messages getting eaten. I know Twitch does that anyway. It was just, something I thought of at the top of my head.
I'll look into it.
You don't just spend too much time with it. That's probably not anything you can control at all. Just thought about it.
Yeah, Marcus would be like, sounds like an evening.
Well then, do you have any bigger weapons we might want to gather and stick in the trunk?
Well, if there's Sabat, this knife is as good of a weapon as I can get.
Yeah, Byron just owns the pistol and the knife, so he's already got everything he has.
Okay, my pistol might be in the car, but I doubt I'd drive around with a shotgun in the trunk.
Probably not, no.
So if we could pick that up before heading up north.
You're going to drive all the way to Flushing to pick up your shotgun?
Well, should just add an hour or two. I mean, what time's sunrise? 6 something?
7 a.m.
7. So that'll leave us with, what, 4 hours if we want to be safe, 2 hours to check around.
Do you want to just wait a day and do it just, time passes, nobody dies?
Yeah, thinking about it, maybe I didn't plan out the timing so well. So yeah, maybe sitting around for a day might be, not get us killed.
Although, if it is Est of Sabat, it might move.
If it's the Sabat, they've been there for a while. If it's not, it's probably not moving around too much. I'm willing to put good money that it's whatever it is. It's not going out, disappearing over the course of one day.
Well, if we're going to do it tomorrow, you might want to take us back to Astoria.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Prepare.
Just making sure everyone was in agreement first. So yeah, I'll drop them off, drive back.
All right.
Okay, it's about 1 o'clock whenever you two arrive in Astoria, and we'll say 1:30 whenever you return to Flushing, Joseph. You guys are just going to let the rest of the day go by?
I'll actually call up one of my herds.
Okay. Then it happens. The thing that transpires. One of the two you have not already fed on, I'm assuming. Well,
Yeah,
the 7, or however many you have.
Yeah, it's mostly a weekly rotation.
Okie dokie.
Mark's going to do 2 things for the rest of the night. He's going to walk around the area where small businesses like to look around and see if there's any recent vandalism. And
Okay.
and he's going to be looking for drunk to feed on.
Alright, so he is hunting. Cripson, what will Byron be doing?
Yeah, he's going to do a bit of hunting, and he's also going to put a call in to Evelyn to see if she can, I mean, who knows what kind of businesses or whatever, but he still wants to get in touch with one of the harpies. He's going to drop those three names and
You're gonna
see if...
call her this fucking early after she slaves away at the desk for you during all the hours of the day.
He's just going to leave a message. I mean, because he'll get the information or not the next day. He'll do this before he, goes to
Well,
bed.
you know how she is. She'll hear your voice and she'll immediately think she has to do something.
Well, he'll do it last thing. So she'll only miss a half hour of sleep then. He'll do it at like 6:30.
Alright, let's go ahead and handle what Sean wishes to do with his character first. One of your herd arrives. We'll say it's 2 o'clock for you now. Live close by.
Okay, I forget with, between VTM and VTR, I roll current willpower, right?
Yeah, those temporary points that you had have subtracted from your willpower.
Power rolls.
There's really only one way that could get worse.
I suppose you could have botched it. That would have been a thing. Alright, you've taken, they'll say 2 blood points, and then you start hearing the maniacal screeching of the soul of the person whose blood you drank in your head. And you start to lose control of your body. I assume that you had Craig around with you because that tends to be your pattern. Your crazy room is currently vacant. You're bound up and you're thrust into your crazy room where your body, as weak as it is, it's still writhing and wriggling, and there's lots and lots of hoarse screaming as your mind for a time is warped by all of the horrible and terrible things you do whenever you eat the souls of people by drinking their blood, you monster. And in the process, you'll have consumed a blood point due to trying to get enough strength to break free of your bindings in this horrible room. And you've caused significant damage to the crazy room itself, the interior of it. But you don't escape. But it looks pretty rough now. But I suppose it's a crazy room.
I'm just wondering how I'm causing damage. I mean, it could be made of paper mache.
You're a vampire. If you're determined enough, you could spend all of your blood points trying to break through. I can certainly have you empty out all of your blood points.
True, I guess, but still, with one blood point, assuming that's going to strength, that's as strong as an average person.
Alright, well, okay, you're right. Alright, what we need to do then is have you burn 2 blood points.
Oh.
My apologies. It's what I had you burn last time whenever, the first time that you went crazy.
So if I go crazy, I get no blood from it.
That seems fair to me. Alternatively, you could have yourself not be trapped in a crazy room, so that you're not worried about trying to spend blood to escape from it.
I guess that's fair, but that seems like a little bit more of a problem.
Yeah, just for clarification for everyone, he's not frenzying. This is part of a punishment for sanguinary animism, which is his permanent derangement courtesy of being a Malkavian. Okay, we will handle Jordan's character next. Does not look like to be any sort of vandalism. However, I would like for you to make me another perception plus alertness. We'll go ahead and make it difficulty 4, because it's sight-based. 2 successes. Okay. As for your whole little hunting thing, let's see what I might make for difficult. We'll go ahead and make this a simplistic one. Difficulty will be 6. It's a Saturday night. -5 for domain, +1 because of your current need. So we'll say 2. You succeed. How many blood points would you like to take from this person you found?
I will only be taking 2 from her. That's the only one. Like that's the amount you can take. That's safe.
Right. You found a drunk person and you've imbibed and woo! You get a little lightheaded.
How many drinks has this drunk person had?
She, you kind of got her whenever she was staggering home by herself. She's a lightweight though. She's only had 3 drinks. It's okay.
Okay, so that means dexterity and my intelligence are both reduced by 1 for the next hour.
Right. And is there anything else that Marcus would like to do with his evening?
Unless something catches his eye, he's mostly just going to be walking around Astoria for the rest of the evening until like 5, and then he's going to head back to his haven.
Okay. Go ahead and make one more perception plus alertness, difficulty 4 for you. That is 4 successes. Moment? As I summon up the demons? No.
Good game, guys. I don't have demons by seeing too much.
Well... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... -2... Yeah, with 4 successes, you win on that one. Fucker rolled 2 ones.
So I'm being followed by someone with obfuscate.
No, you're being followed by someone who is a very, very good driver. And who has been very meticulous thus far in shadowing you. It's it's very, a dark, nondescript car. Not exactly, well lit. You'd say it's some sort of beat up 4-door sedan. Sedan. God damn it, Grimith.
Saddam Hussein?
Yes, the Sedan Hussein. Sedan. Dark blue, perhaps even a navy blue in color. The streets have seen a bit of traffic. It just, although you're a very perceptive person, apparently whoever's been driving this vehicle, and you can't make out the details of that, not without giving away that you know the person's driving it, has been exceptionally skilled at shadowing you. And it's only for this that, it just so happened that you finally caught on that someone's been tracking you down.
So none of my aspects danger senses have been going on, but that means I'm not in any ready to...
Right,
danger,
or
right?
alternatively, you failed on those checks.
True.
Well, we just know it's not a vampire, otherwise they'd already know where you live.
That's right, it's only mortal people who will trail you. Alright, Byron, you said you wanted to hunt?
Yeah.
Okay, 6 minus 5 plus 2, given your whole little Ventru condition, but you still know the hot spots for this sort of place because it's your domain. Alright, give me a d10, 3 or better and you'll pass. Yep. Found a very beautiful lady. How many blood points would you like to take?
Just 2.
Okie dokie. Is there anything else Byron would like to do?
Well, he'll just continue doing that, I guess.
Alright, we'll go ahead and make the difficulty slightly harder, due to the fact that it's not so easy to find such readily apparent beautiful people traversing, throughout Astoria. We'll make it a difficulty of 4 or higher. That's another success. Another 2 blood points?
Yep.
That puts you at 11. You're looking at about 3 o'clock now. Anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, he'll probably he can't think of anything. Mainly what he wants to do, but he can't do it, is he wants to figure out what's going on with Valentine and Van Helsing. I need to say that.
Van Helsing.
It had a van in it.
Up there was Saddam Hussein.
No, my auditory memory is very bad. I need to see it in writing, and then I'll remember it. I just have to click on that thing. I haven't yet. But yeah, he just wants to know what the deal is between those two, because I'm not even sure how much David shared about what went on up there, but the whole thing with
to cover, I will rehash what David said. He made mention that you've received permission to try to subvert Vito Fratelli, and that Carter would attempt to perhaps not cause Valentine to be a problem for you.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's uneasy about that. It's like, well, I mean, sure, he might be able to thwart Valentine, but how is Valentine going to look on this? I mean, he wants to know more about the methods that this guy would use, because he doesn't want to tick him off, even if Valentine won't get involved. I mean, if he knows about it, and he might be unhappy about it. But again, I don't know how he can do that in the next 3 or 4 hours. So he's probably just going to brood, I guess.
All right.
Wait for time to call up Evelyn.
The Camarilla is dumb. Why am I even here in this stupid city? I'm gonna go be a Tarkus.
All the cool kids are doing it, right?
Alright, I want you to make a perception plus alertness for me at difficulty 6, then, Byron.
Seriously, what the fuck?
Lock thief! Lock thief!
Do you have any sort of thing in perception or alertness, like a specialty, that help you, like, be like a trained observer or something? Like David has?
I got nothing. I mean, my perception's 3, and I have nothing in alertness. Let me double check.
Are you fucking kidding me? 3 tens? 3 dice, 3 tens. Nice. You know what? What the hell? Fuck this roll I just made. I'll give that to you. 3 tens. It's the best perfect possible result. It appears that in the process of you being brooding, you have perhaps a little bit of Marcus has rubbed off on you. For you're not an exceptionally alert person. You're more of the social communicator, but it seems that there is a vehicle, a dark sedan, dark blue or navy blue, that is trailing behind you as well. It's just that you're so observational right now. You're not sure you would have picked this up at any other time possible. It's not like the vehicle made a major gaffe. It's just that you just happen to be looking around you at the time. It's like, I think I've seen that before. Like 5 minutes ago.
I guess he'll try to walk in the subway and lose them. He doesn't like people following him.
Okay, that's fine. You can go ahead and do that. Marcus, what would you like to do?
Well, first things first, the last person who was tailing me worked for Lorenzo. I know that much. And from what I can tell, me and him are, we're square. So I honestly don't know who the hell this is, so I have my knife with me.
Yeah. The vehicle actually picks up speed as you've just been walking by, and it does drive past you. You aren't able to Actually, go ahead and give me a harder one. We'll say, with the modifications for you, perception plus alertness, difficulty 8. The vehicle has just suddenly picked up speed and roared past, so a difficulty of 8. With a basic success, there appeared to only be one figure in the vehicle operating the steering wheel. Beyond that, you couldn't make out any more details behind that. The vehicle does drive past you, it turns around a corner and out of your sight.
I'm gonna be a little bit more watchful as I walk back to my haven.
Okay. You get about a few blocks, and out of the corner of your eye, looks like the vehicle's returned, trying to keep like another vehicle between you and it.
I don't have mine. I'm just gonna walk up to the car.
Alright. Byron, you've managed to duck into a subway tunnel, and you're no longer in sight of that dark sedan that's following you.
Yeah, I'll just I'll take a metro one stop over. I don't know where I am. Just figure I'm on like 31st or something, and so I'll just take it, a couple blocks down.
That's fine.
And then
Do
get
you
out.
have your card? No, I'm just fucking with you. Okay.
I hop the turnstiles. Come on, Byron doesn't pay for that.
It's fine.
Do you have change?
He just uses dominate. I don't need change. He doesn't need change.
Yes,
Alright.
dominate the VtM force power.
So,
I am not the Byron you're looking for.
it's perfectly okay. You go ahead and take it over a bit. You don't see the vehicle anywhere near you upon your emergence back onto the streets. What would you like to do?
I guess I'll call up everyone. Not that he's going to get in touch with anyone, but he'll leave a message on Marcus's machine at his house, and he'll call up David, who won't answer, and he'll call up Joseph, and he'll probably get Craig or Rain, and he'll say we're being followed. Just
Well, yeah, Byron will tell Craig that, and Craig will say, I will let Joseph know he is currently... You just hear like the slightest of thumping, even though there's like a soundproof crazy room. He's currently indisposed at the moment. My apologies.
Byron will say, I understand. Just keep an eye out. Maybe look out the window or something and see if there's a dark sedan out there parked or something. But other than that, just give him the message.
Will do. Appreciate the tip. All right. And so Marcus here has a little bit of, some liquid courage in him. How are you approaching this dark blue sedan that has been fighting? Again, I said sedan. The sedan in Greenwich. How do you approach it? Is it like a casual? Is it just like a forceful stalking? Are you running towards
I'm just gonna casually walk along the sidewalk that it's on towards it.
Okay. You draw closer towards it. It's very shadowy. It almost seems, it's a curious affectation how the shadows almost look like they're moving with the vehicle, like inside. You can definitely tell there's one figure. But by the time you get close, the driver of the vehicle definitely realizes that it's been made, and it turns away from you, and it goes off, and it's not really a situation where you are unable to get a good look at the license plate, partly because there is no license plate.
Fucking less somber. I mean, that's what he's gonna assume because you said shadow. It's like
Right.
fucking La Sombra. And then he's gonna walk. Then he's gonna turn around and start walking back towards his haven, taking more scenic routes this time, not near the roads.
Okay. In that case, no one, to your knowledge, unless they're flying high in the sky, has managed to track you, and you return to your haven, where there is a message from Byron mentioning what he said, that he's being followed, or that he's been followed.
I'll call him tomorrow. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. And telling him any more would only make him worry.
That's just mighty Wuddy.
Nothing to worry about. It's Marcus. If Marcus is involved, there's always something to worry about. Specifically, Marcus acting like Marcus.
Is this what you're really gonna do? I just want to make sure.
I'm not gonna call him because I don't want him to worry tonight. Like if I call him and say, yeah, La Sombra was tailing me, that's going to make me a little bit more.
Right, but all vampires are paranoid, selfish creatures, and he's just been reported that, he's pretty damn sure he was being followed.
True, I'll call him tonight.
Right, you two can have that conversation amongst yourselves.
Byron,
Marcus?
I got your message.
Good. I'm a little. I left the message with everyone. I'm a little worried about that. I don't like getting followed. Last time we had people following us around, it was Lorenzo's goons. So just wanted to give you a heads up on that.
Did you get a look at the car that you're being followed by?
Yeah, it was dark. The car was dark. It was maybe navy blue or black or something like that, sedan.
Mm-hmm. One was following me as well. Inside was someone who could control the shadows.
Yeah, there's a little bit of silence on the phone, and while Byron processes that, and just like, oh, wonderful.
You do know what that is, correct?
Pardon?
I do not know much about what the La Sombra do in this city, so from my best guess, I think it's something to do with the Sabbat.
Yeah, that would be a fair assumption if the shadowy thing was just something actually controlling the shadows. You definitely all know it's the primary realm of La Sombra. That's their primary discipline, that they do that. And they are one of the cornerstone pillars of the Sabbat, along with the Zamitse.
Now, that's not to say it couldn't be anything else, I'm just saying.
Right.
Did you see which way it drove at? Not that it would matter. He's wondering which direction it came from, but you're probably not going to know that.
Well, it was following me as I was walking towards my haven. I turned around and started walking directly at it. It seemed to scare them off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's just not much to go on. It's like, well, I'm glad we both noticed it and got away, and it doesn't seem like they followed us back to our haven. There's really not much else we can do about it, I guess.
All I can say is we need to get in contact with everyone and tell them about it. And barring that, I might head to Elysium tomorrow to mention to the sheriff that we were being tailed by La Sombra.
You just gotta tell him about every little problem you come across.
Sheriff, I was being... La Sombra won't leave alone.
Well, if you want to make it interesting, Byron can go with you, because there's a meeting we need to have, the sheriff and Byron. That'll be fun.
When you say fun...
I mean, in the
is it like that kind of fun that Marcus gets involved in, like saying the wrong thing and then having to fight 5 people? Yeah.
Dwarf Fortress fun. But I was kind of regretting I didn't go after you met him, because I was like, yeah, that would have been interesting from a metagame sense.
I still forgive you for bringing a knife and a gun to the Lorenzo's place, and then not telling me.
I kept expecting someone to pat him down and take it, because he would have just given him up. But no one did. So,
So we decided, well, if they're going to be nice like that, I'm just not going to use them.
But yeah, basically tomorrow we need to talk to Joseph and David if we can get in contact with them.
Yeah, that sounds good. Do you want to call him, or shall I, or just want to wait? I mean, what do you want to do?
You up earlier than I do. And I believe Joseph wakes up around the same time as you do, usually.
Yeah, maybe not tomorrow, Byron will say. He'll give him the information that he may have had another one of his episodes. So, but he'll definitely call him up first thing.
Try him in the evening, and then we'll see from there.
Will do.
Alright, is that how you two wish to spend the rest of your evening?
Yep.
Yeah, I think Byron has no will to be traipsing around Astoria if there's sedans looking out for him, so he's just going to stay holed up in his haven.
Okay,
Dude, Sedan is thing for me.
I know. 2 sedans! My god. Few minutes before 7 in the morning, Joseph manages to come to, ensconced within his crazy room and just looking at apparently how much damage he was managing to do, and feels as if he ultimately achieved nothing by feeding on the member of his herd. Craig's there, waiting for him, and informs Joseph in the few minutes before sunrise strikes that Byron called and had mentioned that he was being tracked by a dark blue sedan. I'm just gonna stick with it now. Why not? From henceforth, in this series, Greenwich Village and Sedan. And then Joseph falls asleep. Unless he had anything that he wanted to say to Craig in the few minutes prior.
Oh, no, just wondering about a blue sedan.
Alright. Day passes. You've now entered Sunday, January 11th, 1998. Please subtract a blood point from your blood pools. David has not returned your calls. Byron.
Okay. That he'll let it be known that he can't get in touch with David, and he'll call up Joseph and see what's going on over there.
No, nothing much. I just need to refurnish the place. But, I guess, well, the question is, do we want to look into, I don't know what we could do to look into this, guy following you.
Yeah, I mean I'll tell you everything that Marcus told me and just say, yeah, I mean, we're reasonably sure it's Lasombra and probably Sabat, but beyond that, we have nothing to go on. So Marcus and I were thinking of going over to Elysium and seeing if we could poke around there and see if the sheriff knows anything.
I'd be doubtful of that. If you guys want to go there, we can sure make a stop, but, I just don't think it's going to turn up anything.
Yeah,
True,
you're probably
but
right.
I guess there's no
my
reason.
reason,
I guess there's no reason for me to actually say no that we shouldn't.
Marcus's reasoning is if there's actually Sabat vampires roaming around any part of New York City outside of certain areas that the sheriff knows about, he should know about it.
True,
Yeah,
but with
I think it's reasonable. We could go by there, drop off the message if he's there, and then check out that the what we were going to do before that business up there.
okay, so we'll drive to Elysium.
Okay. Rain packs up the little little
actually,
vehicle.
just FYI, I'd rather Craig because he's supposed to be bigger and stronger.
Okay, that's fine. Which one is the more perceptive of the two?
Neither. Probably Rain because I wanted her for more background, gathering stuff, listening to people, talking to people. So she might be probably wouldn't have higher perception because it would be more social based than anything else. But
Alright. I was just curious. So, okay, yeah, sure. Greg can drive your vehicle. You go ahead and pack up the little buggy. By the time everyone wakes up, and by the time you get to Astoria and everything gets loaded up, you're looking at about 10 p.m. You got a lot of time.
okay, well, if you guys don't mind, Marcus, you can probably stay in the car because this time I'd rather you not get stuck on something.
Fine. Fine, Dad.
Okay. All right.
Just rub his hair. I'm just looking out for you.
You rub his head. Is that going to be perceived as an egregious physical insult by Marcus? I might need to have you make some frenzy check for me.
Do you want me to?
I was just wondering whether it would be, that's all. He's touching you.
He is
But
touching
it's
me.
in a
You probably
fatherly
spent
way.
hours on that.
No, it just makes him look more punk.
But you won't be as subtle anymore.
There we go. You're ruining the subtle effect. There's that and the whole fact, Sean's character does exude, that whole aura of, being a nice guy. So maybe you won't be so immediately offended.
It's a fatherly gesture.
It's not say,
Yeah.
it's not say, David's character wielding a stake by all of you guys towards the end of the first chapter.
It's not
Well, there's
him rubbing your head with a stake.
there's also the one thing. Marcus might mention this. Marcus is actually old enough to probably be your father.
Gee.
Whatever.
Whatever.
We're kind of past that point. I mean, after we died,
Fucking
that kind of
vampires are squibbling over their like minuscule ages.
Yeah, Byron's already gotten out of the car and is heading in, or over. He's just tired of this already.
You guys haven't left Astoria yet.
Byron
Oh,
So
already
if Byron
delivered the
fucked this shit,
message.
I'm walking.
Okay, well, if we haven't gotten there yet now, Byron.
Like, Byron gets out of the car, then realizes he's still in Astoria.
No. That started when we got out of the car, and I was telling Marcus to stay in the car.
I didn't say anything about how you guys are going to be able to make a safe trip to Elysium.
Oh, but I was saying as soon as we were stepping out of the car, I was going to tell that to Marcus. So
Maybe it never happened.
Maybe it was all a dream, because I want all of you to make perception plus alertness checks. Difficulty 6 except for Marcus, which is a difficulty 4.
3 successes.
2. The one subtract, remember? Cripson rolled 2, and we'll have to see what Joseph ends up rolling.
unless tactical will apply, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
4 successes. One, 2, 3. Up. Yep. All right. As Craig is steering this vehicle, you've gone ahead and taken a rather convenient route heading to the south of Astoria. See this little dialogue bubble? Going across the bridge here as you arrive in Manhattan, the Queensboro Bridge. You all go across. No one else notices in the vehicle. Joseph, from what you've been told, as you're staring around the windows, your fatherly figure or whatever, there does appear to be a vehicle that's trailing you. And it is a dark, perhaps a navy blue or deep blue sedan.
Is he on foot? I pointed out.
Go ahead and use this marker right here. to give you all an indication of where exactly you are. You've just crossed the Queensboro Bridge.
Mother of God.
I know, it's a great token, right? Don't worry, that's nothing in relation to this game. That was for a Dark Heresy game I did last year. But it might be something for this game in the future.
I hope not.
I never want to meet a Voosh that looks like that. Addendum, I never want to meet a Voosh.
Yeah, well, we could have flesh crafters in this game possibly, so that'll be fun.
And now it's covering Queens.
Has the Sedan gotten bigger?
All right, so Joseph points it out, and with his pointing it out, combined with the fact that Byron and Marcus are both already wary, yeah, the two of you notice it as well. And Craig's piloting a vehicle, wants to know what you want him to do.
Can we see a license plate?
He's driving behind you.
Well, does New York have front license plates? I don't know.
Well, no, in that case then, no. You cannot see a license plate from your current position.
Okay, then see if you can get stuck behind something and see a license plate if it passes.
Craig nods along with that. Sunday night, not so much traffic, not exactly the best night. He drives to the streets. Eventually you do end up coming to a traffic light. It does keep a few cars in between the two of you. Obviously, whoever's driving this, and you can't see inside the vehicle at all. Lights do touch inside the windows, reveal little glimpses of something, but with as much distance as being kept away, none of you are such trained observers that you can pick out the minutiae while you two are in moving vehicles as you look behind you. Through other cars.
Okay, do something dumb at the intersection and hope that it passes us. Like, pull out in front of someone, maybe hit them, get out of the car.
Okay, Craig does that. He makes a sudden and abrupt U-turn. He's not the most skilled of drivers, but with lots of horns blaring and horns honking, he manages to make it happen, and the vehicle drives on through the intersection normally, although it slows down a bit as it's going to make a turn. I want you all to go ahead and give me Perception plus Alertness. Difficulty 10, except for Marcus, this is difficulty 8.
Woohoo!
Nice.
And, Byron, did you roll?
Oh, I did. I failed all of them.
I see. Marcus, with 3 successes there for you, does not appear that this vehicle has a normal license plate. This one appears to have some sort of the speeds are too fast and the car is turning. It might be like one of those official license plates like a government employee might use, or like a city employee. It might be one of those say used car temporary license plates. It has something back there though, unlike the sedan that drove away from you. It does not look like to be the same vehicle.
That's not the vehicle tailed me last night. And it has something back there that resembles a license plate. I can't tell what it is.
As Craig continues to drive down East 59th there, heading back towards Queenborough Bridge to go across back into Queens, unless you wanted to stay in Manhattan.
Yeah, I want to get to Elysium.
Yeah, Byron does as well.
Okay. It is worth noting that although it does take the vehicle some time, it or perhaps another similar one, you're also alert now and aware There is another one that has picked its way through traffic, and it's a few vehicles behind, but if these folks are such great tailors, then someone's keeping track.
Yeah, Byron's just going to say, well, let's just see if they stick on us all the way to Elysium. That sounds like I mean, that'll give us a clue who they are if they decide not to sit out in front of there.
Okay, which Elysium do you guys want to go to? Either way, things might be pretty packed, so you're not going to be able to park the vehicle directly there. You're all going to have to get out.
Madison
Whichever.
Square.
Yeah, sounds
Yeah.
good.
All right, then you all drive down to Madison Square. Go ahead and give me all perception plus alertness, difficulty 6, except for Marcus, which is difficulty 4 again. 3 successes for Marcus.
2 for...
1, 2, 3 for Joseph. And 3
Yeah,
for
3 as well.
yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. There's still a vehicle that's trailing back behind you guys as you reach Madison Square. As you park, though, it manages to turn off. That apparently the vehicle is not interested in parking near where you are either.
Yeah, well, seems like Sabat. That's a little bit of a subtle confirmation.
Either that or an independent La Sombra or something else that wants us dead?
Whatever it is, it's probably vampire. Can't even be sure
Right.
about that at this point.
Yeah, if it were not vampire related, which seems obvious at this point, but they of course wouldn't care about Elysium or anything like that. So the fact that they went away is an indicator. So does Marcus still want to stay in the car? Byron doesn't think it's a good idea to leave one person alone, even with any. He probably, I don't know.
He
what
won't
do
be
we do about
alone.
that?
Craig will be with him.
I'm going in.
Okay. You want Craig to wait by the vehicle? You want Craig to go
Yeah.
with you? Okay.
I want him to wait near the vehicle. Or, well, wait in the vehicle with it running.
Question, since this wasn't brought up whenever you left, did you end up bringing your shotgun with you and putting it in the
Yeah.
vehicle? Okay.
Yeah, I packed everything need for the night.
I only
Alright.
have my knife.
Okay. In that case, the three of you get out and head into Madison Square. Lots of people milling about, even though it's a Sunday night. Not a whole lot of foot traffic, but it's still relatively early in the evening. You're looking about like 10:30 now, 10:40. People just out, Sunday night, who the hell cares? Some people don't work, might be some bums panhandling. It's a world of darkness, man. Redemption's for sale at every newsstand and boutique. And so is alcoholism. Ooh, smell that delicious alcohol. It's okay. So now that you are here, what do you want to do?
Do we see the sheriff milling about?
You guys, how much time would you like to spend here at Elysium?
What time is it?
10:30.
I would say till maybe an hour, hour and a half max. But Byron's also going to look for any of the harpies he can introduce himself to, or who knows, maybe Theo's around. He doesn't know what he looks like, but he'd mention maybe that'd be a guy to talk to as well.
Okay.
Oh, you'd know Theo if just trust me on this one.
Yeah. Well, maybe not Byron.
If Joseph saw him, he'd know who it was.
Yeah, yeah. Joseph would definitely know. Byron is pretty much the only one. He's certainly heard of Theo Bell, but wouldn't be able to put a face to it.
Yeah, he wouldn't be surprised to learn that that guy's Theo Bell, but he's not going to know him on sight for sure.
Okay, you guys go ahead and take some time here. Craig calls Joseph and lets him know that there is a sedan, the vehicle, that was spotted, and it's sort of circling around. You know, it can't like directly circle around Madison Square, but it's near the area, and it appears to perhaps have an idea of where Craig parked.
Then come inside.
Okay. Craig hangs up the phone. That was about 20 minutes in. So, another 10 minutes pass. You guys have been here in Elysium for half hour. Craig hasn't found you guys.
Well, shit. I don't know where to begin searching for him. I guess the only thing I can really do in response is to keep looking around.
Okay. 11:05, 11:10.
And go back to the car.
All right. You've returned to the vehicle. The retracing steps. The door is closed. No signs of struggle at all. Just someone just having exited the vehicle. The vehicle doesn't look like it's been tampered with or messed with in any sort of fashion or way. Just by this cursory look, just Craig's not there.
Then I'll look for the other two.
Okay. I've assumed they might have been keeping relatively near you, so you three relocate each other.
Woohoo!
It's now 11:15 p.m.
Couldn't find him, eh?
No. Whatever it is, I can tell you that it's going to die, but...
Let me take a look.
Okay. And it's worth noting, by the way, that Madison Square is completely dead of vampires. There is no vampire that you guys have spotted at all. And if there is, they've obviously not wanted to be spotted. And it's such that not even Marcus has been able to see it.
I'm going to use one of the abilities that Auspex allows me to do.
Okay, certainly.
I believe it's the second dot one. Let me check really quickly.
Second dot is aura perception.
Okay, it's the third dot then.
It's a spirit's touch. Alright, what are you looking to do with the spirit's touch?
Oh, yeah, it would not be able to give me the information I want. I would try, like, I was gonna touch like steering wheel and see like I was hoping it would tell me like the last minutes of what he was doing.
Right, instead it would just tell you the last people who touched that were Craig and Ray.
Yeah, I would need 5+ successes on a 3-die roll.
Right. Sort of information like, people who might have just been touching the car in general, you'd get notifications of your coterie.
Yeah, I mean, it would tell me anyone else, right? If anyone else touched it.
Let's see here. By the looks of things, it only seems to denote, like, the owner of the thing?
The owner or the last person who held that, like the last person.
Okay.
Who held
So
that.
my confusion is whether it can actually, the scope, the size of the object that it can genuinely cover. I'm not sure whether it can cover an entire vehicle. I don't know.
A corpse counts as an object. That's pretty much all it says. Oh well, I really know that.
You can, sure, I'll allow you to go ahead and use it. We'll say perception plus empathy. We'll go for a difficulty of 6. Um, the basic information that you've given are, you've got basically a general idea of the last person who touched the vehicle was male.
Well, that doesn't tell me anything I already know. It was worth a shot, though.
Give me, let's see here. Let me think about this. No, never mind. This will actually be something I handle. Byron, Joseph, are you two standing near the vehicle? Along with Marcus?
Yeah,
I
relatively.
guess we all left. Byron did.
Okay. What, I suppose it's free for you guys to talk amongst yourselves or whatever. Craig is gone. And he appears to have not been assaulted or taken or whatever happened to him whenever he was by the vehicle. Perhaps on some way between him and where you guys were in Madison Square.
Byron's going to suggest going to the other Elysium and seeing if there's anybody there. Because, I mean, he would love to track down who took Craig, but he doesn't know where to start.
That seems like a good idea, but if it's a bot, we do have that one sub-bot nest we know of up in the Bronx, correct?
It's just a guess, but...
A guess is about all we have on right now, Joseph.
Yeah, wherever he is, he's not here. So maybe it's the same people, maybe it's not, I don't know. But doing something's better than nothing.
Joseph, your phone rings.
I answer it.
It's Craig's voice. Where are you guys?
Where
I've been looking around in Madison Square forever. Are you alright?
Where are you? Exact location.
There's a pause. He's, trying to give you identification markers. It sounds like he's in Madison Square.
You're in New York. Go to a street corner. You should be able to just tell me the exact street corner, and we'll go there.
Yeah, well, if he goes ahead and does that, and he gives you a location, he's right by Madison Square. It's like, did you guys head back to the car? I thought something had happened to you. I was worried.
So he's told us the exact street corner he's on?
Yes.
Okay, then immediately start walking in that direction and tell him just stay on the line and I'm coming there immediately.
Okay. Byron, Marcus, what do you two want to do?
I have to follow the Malkavian, otherwise he might have one of his episodes. I don't actually say that. I'm just going to follow him just because genuinely concerned about what's happening here.
Alright, Byron?
Byron will as well. He's going to follow it at distance, 10 paces or so back, but he'll follow him.
Okay. When you get there, Craig is standing there on the cell phone. He's looking very confused at you approaching. He, genuinely, he thought something had happened to all of you. He couldn't find you, and for the reason you simply missed him inside of Madison Square, and, he wants to know what's happening. He's kind of bloodbound to Joseph and everything, so it's kind of a big deal, his concern.
Yeah, Joseph's pretty much just as concerned, but he's also have the wherewithal to know that any of a number of great many things may have happened and to, be paranoid.
Right, but he looks like Craig, he smells like Craig, he walks like Craig, he looks just as concerned as you as Craig would with those blood-bound eyes.
I immediately take him back to the car.
Craig follows you, zero resistance. Although, Marcus, you do get the distinct feeling that it's an impression that someone is watching you during your transit to get Craig and your trip back to the car. You're whipping your head around, you can't spot anything out of the way, but it's just that creepy crawling feeling inside your cold gut, the beast clawing from inside, giving you the impression that someone's looking at you.
I'm going to do a little bit of an aura perception right now. Maybe I can catch an aura. You know, like just like barely the hintest one.
Let me see. After the character stares at the subject for at least a few seconds, you can try to do what you're doing, but you'll have to give me a perception plus empathy difficulty 10.
It's worth a shot. Nope. The first botch of tonight.
So you managed to perceive something. A very massively bright floodlight suddenly coming on near Madison Square, causing you to immediately scream and cry out in pain. No damage is dealt. It's just a very loud cry of surprise from you. You fall down to your knees, shaken from the experience.
Never again.
Any reactions from from Byron or for Joseph to see the Toreador just suddenly go down? Ah!
Well, Byron will rush over and see what's going on there, and once he sees nothing's happening, he'll just sigh and help him up.
Hurt.
Yeah, Joseph will, glance but make sure that Craig doesn't leave his line of sight. But
Craig.
Other than that, no fucks given.
Craig sticks by Joseph, and beyond that, and Marcus feeling a little lightheaded, but no severe mechanic penalties. Just the experience. You definitely did not pick up anything useful at all. You make it back to the vehicle.
Just let me close my eyes the rest of the way back to wherever we're going.
Okay, I'm sitting right behind Craig when I get in.
Okay, Craig takes the wheel. I suppose it's up to you three to discuss what you want to do now.
I think
Byron's. Oh, good.
I think I want to. Well, I don't know what it would be in New York, but somewhere a little more out of the way. The image in my mind is an empty field, but you're not going to find that in New York.
You'd be surprised, Lee.
Well, maybe not an empty field so much in Manhattan. Jordan.
Yeah.
Certainly there might be abandoned stretches of areas that, there might be abandoned buildings. It's not like you can name any off the top of your head, or like vacant lots or whatever. Those certainly do exist around, but Manhattan is the busiest of the 5 boroughs.
There's always Central Park. Nothing bad can happen in there.
You could certainly go to Central Park.
I'd rather put a shotgun in my mouth. That's the easier way.
Those rumors might not be true.
Yeah, but they also might be true. I'm more likely to survive a shotgun in the mouth.
That's right, it deals bashing damage. That's rounded down. Well,
yeah, Byron still says we should probably go check out the other Elysium sites, see if there's anything there, but after that, he doesn't care.
somewhere out of the way. That's all I tell him.
Like Astoria?
No, not in Astoria.
Okay. Well, it takes about an hour. But the vehicle travels along, and eventually it is going towards Brooklyn, and to some sort of like a series of like vacant areas, like undeveloped stuff or what have you. Um, I'll go ahead and leave the car on this map. It's worth noting though that seeing as how highly attuned you guys are, the situation, although Marcus is a bit preoccupied, even then there is still a dark sedan following you. Several cars behind. It's not like immediately riding on you, although you can assume that the driver would know that you know it exists. It's there.
Okay, so what's exactly the situation as we get to somewhere out of the way?
Somewhere out of the way, we'll just say, Craig followed your directions. It's poorly lit. Not any sort of foot traffic around at all, and no vehicle traffic. As you've come to this area, though, you're no longer being followed. It appears that whoever is tracing you down has decided that maybe not to get into such a completely deserted area. And you appear, for all intents and purposes, to be alone.
Well, then I'll take Craig aside and basically start questioning him. I'm at this point, I'm not sure it's him. I don't know either way. All I know is being paranoid's a good idea.
Alright, perception plus, I guess, empathy, or, what's the exact process for doing a situation like this? Would it be perception plus empathy, or wits plus empathy? I don't know.
Are you trying to judge someone by their mood and?
I think what he's trying to determine is whether Craig is actually Craig.
Yeah, I'm basically going to ask him things, tell him things.
Well, I think that is a perception plus empathy roll, like you said the first.
All right.
I mean, we've been together for how many years? I mean, there's got to be something I can think of that I've said to him that I've said to no one else.
Right. Go ahead and give me perception plus empathy, difficulty 4. You are very reassured that this is your ghoul, Craig.
In that case, I smack him upside the head.
Craig gets smacked upside the head by the weak Malkavian, he blinks at you like what? What's the problem? What did I do?
For scaring me. Let's go see what the other two are going to do.
Okay. He apologizes for frightening you, because, he is bloodbound to you.
Yeah, just remind him that if he does, fuck up and, actually do something that gets me fucked up, I can pull his guts out and show them to him as punishment.
Craig will smile and he says he's seen and heard the things that you try to do and you shout whenever you're taken over and given to your blood sickness.
Okay, well, then I asked the two, do they still want to go up to that? There's no reason to call it a night at this point. We've got to get something done, or we're going to feel stupid next to David.
David, by the way, still hasn't returned your call.
I assuming he
I don't
told us
know.
he was going to be way out of contact trying to get into everything.
Yeah. I just wanted to note that for an in-character purpose. He hasn't gotten in touch with you.
I spend my days usually, my nights usually doing nothing of note. Works for me.
Yeah, but you're more carefree. We've got a lot more to take care of right now.
If you want me to go, I can go. Just, I can still see it in my eyes.
Yeah, if anything, I do want you for your eyes.
I know they're pretty.
That wasn't said creepily at all.
This coming from the guy that tried to bed me earlier, prospects.
God damn it.
Well, unless there's anyone with a better idea, driving straight into what may be Sabat Malls.
Sounds like a fun evening.
Yeah, so the, what was it called? The Monsini Hudson Expediting and Storage Company offices.
Yeah, it's about midnight now. You're familiar with the fact of, like, the location. It's going to take you about 90 minutes to drive through the entirety of Manhattan, basically, and then go into the interior of the Bronx.
1:30's not too late, is it?
You still got 5.5 hours before the sun comes up.
Yeah, so start driving.
Okay. What sort of route do you want Craig to take? You want him to, like, try to take the most direct route, like through Manhattan? You want him to try to weave around into Queens and then to the Bronx? You want him
If he
to...
can stay anywhere where I can jump out of the car and pull out a shotgun, I'd be happy. If not, fastest route possible.
I would say, yeah, in that case, fastest route possible. I mean, you can certainly do it at any given point. It's just that, it might be seen.
I can always disappear.
I know you can obfuscate 4, but come on, man. You're firing a shotgun. People don't do that.
Okay, fastest route possible.
Okay. Everyone go ahead as you're in the process of traveling. Give me perception plus alertness, difficulty 6, except for Marcus, difficulty 4. That's 2 successes from Crimson. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minus 1 because of the 1, 4 successes from Joseph. And 3 successes from Marcus. Okay.
I still have a bright light in my eyes. It's not going away.
And that subtracts. That subtracts. Okay. Not only is there one vehicle traveling several cars behind you, but further ahead of the block, it appears that there's another dark blue sedan hidden in traffic, but which at this point, you guys are so suspicious now that you think could very well be that, especially since it seems to be at a constant rate of being ahead of you. There's too much traffic for you to get an idea of what sort of license plate it might have. It appears to have one person at the driver's wheel, and that's it. And of course, it's dark outside. But yeah, there appears to be a navy blue sedan somewhere in front of you and a navy blue sedan somewhere behind. Do you wish Craig to do anything other than continue to head to the Muncie Hudson Expedition, this place?
No, they're staying just out of reach. I don't think there's much can do. I can't think of anything.
You could not head into unknown territory.
Screw that. We've got Marcus. We've got to do something dumb.
What? You're not even at a full party. Let's go do this.
Byron is again
be
going to
fa-
suggest maybe we turn around and go to the other Elysium site.
If you really want to, it shouldn't be too far out. Well, I mean, it gets across Manhattan. But there was no one there.
Right, there's no one at Madison Square, there's no guarantee there's going to be anyone at Madison Square Garden, even if there is, whether they're going to be anything other than maybe a few neonates meeting there to organize some sort of deal. No guarantee anyone who's actually going to be able to do anything for you or even cares about you.
Right.
Like the sheriff, because, he totally cares.
Oh, the sheriff will, if there's some Lasombra or something like that, he'll care.
Right, the thing is, though, that you don't have any confirmation on the identities of these things, and, he's naturally suspicious of everyone.
True, we don't have anything at all, which I guess is a good enough reason to go into Stupid Land. And die.
Do the other two player characters inside this vehicle want to continue traveling in said vehicle?
This is, if you guys really don't want to, can obviously call it off. I'm thinking that the best thing to do is force a confrontation. There's
Assuming
a lot
these things are related with each other at all.
yeah.
I'll agree with Joseph on this aspect.
You agree with Joseph because Joseph is saying that we have to do something stupid because we have Marcus with us.
Pretty much.
Byron, you don't have to go along. You can get out of the vehicle at any time.
Especially while it's moving.
No, especially while it's stopped at one of many intersections.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what's going through Byron's head here. Say, all right, do I get out, try to travel home alone with people following me?
How
Do I
about
stay in
this?
car
While we're
for
on the
free?
road here, and you want to think about Byron's thoughts, let's go ahead and take another 5-minute break.
All right.
We'll recommence at 6:30. I'll go ahead and round up a bit. 6:38. And now I will turn my attention to the chat. Hello, chat people. Seems like the chat is hustling and bustling a bit more now. What's happening?
They were wondering if vampires can use touchscreens.
I don't see why not if, touchscreen technology was prevalent in 1998 and everyone had them.
Well, that's actually a genuine question to ask in relation to the fact that it's just modern tech. Do vampires have nerve endings? I mean, electricity running through their nerves? If not, they wouldn't be able to use touchscreens because I think most touchscreens are based on the electricity your body generates.
We're going to go ahead and say yes.
I would say worst case scenario, they have to use a blood point to flush themselves out, and they can use it.
Or
It's
a
not
stylus.
necessarily just one blood point. It's dependent upon how much humanity you have, on how much blood you'd have to spend in that case, Crypso.
Right.
Joseph's blood pool is currently at 6 blood points out of 10. Byron's is 10 out of 15, and Marcus's is 6 out of... Well, he didn't list his number, so I won't reveal it for him.
I don't want you guys freaking out my generation.
It's fair. It's a fair cop. How prepared are they for a highway shoot 'em up? Well, they'd have to answer that. How hard is it to find high caliber guns? World of Darkness, 1998. You're inside one of the greatest metropolitan areas in the entire world, and they have a gun runner contact. Perhaps.
I mean, I think any basic gun will be easy, but if you want like a 50 cal or something, that might be...
It might take a little time. Yes, and humanity is basically not so much how much like your living self you are, but it's how much you subscribe to the whole concept of human morality. There are humans who have less humanity than some vampires do. It's not so much a current state, so much as like an idea of humanity.
Yeah, I think 7 is the average for a normal human.
Yeah.
Fun fact, if you get to Humanity 5, you don't care if you accidentally drain a person dry.
And if you get to humanity 0, you lose your character.
Flamethrowers and rocket launchers.
Those would be very difficult to obtain, and even if you did, that's not a weapon you can use, like, out in public.
Flamethrowers is a kind of dumb weapon for vampires anyways.
Yeah. I mean, a vampire could get it. Then he lets it out, and he immediately suffers under rupture. Because he doesn't feel he's in actual control of the flamethrower.
Drops it and books it. Just like
Good.
burns down whatever. It burns down the building he's in.
He freaks out, forgets to let go of the control, starts spinning around, seeing fire everywhere.
Ultraviolet bulb ammunition? That doesn't exist.
Sounds like some from Blade, I think. I think they were in Blade. They were talking about that. Also, Dragoneth rounds are something they designed in the 2000s.
Right. It's possible that there may be experimental ammunition types being tested by the Society of Leopold, but that is certainly not something that is being distributed to even a small private market, let alone a larger public market, because the world at large doesn't know that vampires exist.
Yeah, the black light UV thing doesn't affect vampires. It's straight sunlight. That's it.
Yeah.
It's more of the symbol. It's less that there's anything about the sun that makes it that actually burns vampires, and more symbolic magic.
Yep, it's more of the purity of God's light. The punishment of sunlight isn't an ultraviolet or a chemical thing. It was a weakness mandated upon Cain. A long time ago, according to the lore, the original vampire, the sire, the grandsire, was Cain. And after he turned away from God's light, God had given him numerous attempts to turn back to God by sending him a trio of angels and all sorts of other things and trials and tests that God did with Cain. And whenever Cain refused, vampires were given another weakness. One such weakness was the sunlight, not because of ultraviolet rays, but because of sheer purity. Similarly, holy water doesn't have an effect. Garlic usually doesn't, although there may be a vampire who, in an ironic twist, is actually afraid of garlic.
Just as a
Water.
note, just
Vampire. Go ahead.
go ahead. Okay. God damn it!
Go ahead.
I'm going. Just as a note, holy things can affect vampires only if the person that is using it, the person using it, has ridiculously super belief in it, which is they have to buy up as a merit, which is it's a background, I think, which is rather expensive and very, very, very rare.
It's actually not something I would have allowed any of you to take anyway, true faith. It's something that very few beings possess, and it's not so much just like a belief in a supreme being, whereas almost all of the people on the planet do not possess this. It is total and utter conviction that this faith that you possess is so powerful that it can stand in the face of anything. If you're fighting such a person, then yeah, sure, a religious symbol or religious prayers can actually deal damage to vampires. But in most circumstances, no.
I know you don't think it's a good game, but Vampire the Masquerade Blood actually is explained what actually affects a vampire pretty darn well.
Apparently, Larian had asked a horny question. Did you all think that was hot?
Did I think the Toreador stripper in Hollywood was hot? Maybe.
I like the crazy mount girl, the split personality girl.
How difficult is it to get a straight shot on the heart with a stake in combat? Well, for one, you actually have to be engaging the vampire in melee combat. There's not a whole lot of people that would do that, unless you actually want to use like one of those stake, especially made like stake crossbow. But it requires a precise aiming, which adds difficulties. And of course, the vampire in question can attempt to dodge it, or can attempt to do some other sorts of crazy things, because it's fucking vampires. At any rate, we have gone over our break time, so if you three are ready to continue, then we will.
Yeah,
I'm good to go.
Byron's just going to stick in the car.
Yep.
Okay. It's 1:30. You've driven up a considerable distance into the Bronx. I didn't lay down a Bronx map, and I don't feel like doing it for this session, so let's pretend there's one. We'll actually flip the car over here to the to somewhere here on the Queens map. Just somewhere up there. That's the car. It's a pretty car, isn't it? Somewhere up there. And you guys have come up to the building. One of the sedans, the sedan that was trailing you, the sedan that was ahead of you, have both gone away, as you've entered into a very abandoned, poorly lit, desolate, abandoned area of New York City.
Why does it make me feel like the fact that something may have stopped following us because it's afraid is a bad thing when we're already afraid of it?
Byron's going to throw this out there. We don't know for sure that it's the Sombra. Could it not be, oh goodness gracious, the lawyer guy following us around? Because he said he'd be keeping tabs on us, right? So maybe it was him. Doesn't seem to follow us out of Manhattan. Well,
Do Malkavians know how to control the shadows?
No, it's obfuscate. That's all they have for us.
Yeah, what I
Well,
saw
any
last night.
vampire could potentially pick up obtenebration.
But it seemed like there was more than one of them, and I'm doubtful that there's a ton of Malkavians or anything else with obtenebration running around and no one knows of it.
I also find it hard to believe that the Sombra would teach obtenebration except without owing someone like a significant boon.
Well, that I'm not so worried about, or I'm not so thinking about, because all it takes is one teacher. But it's the fact that it's just highly doubtful. If it is someone controlling the shadows, it's either La Sombra or not vampire. It's the only two logical choices. Obviously, anything is possible, but it's so highly doubtful as to be ignorable.
Right. I mean, I guess what it is they keep breaking off as soon as we leave the island of Manhattan, except for, I guess, Astoria, but maybe that's where they want to pick up our travels.
It may be. My guess is looking for havens, which is, an even worse consideration.
Yeah, I don't know. Byron's confused. That's normal for him.
Yeah, I think at this point none of us have any idea what's going on, so it's a matter of doing something dumb until someone else just does not consider what we're going to do and we get something out of it.
So is this the whole of Sabbats we're going after?
Possibly. It may also be haunted. It may also be absolutely nothing. We have no idea. And that is in and of itself the problem, which is the reason we're here. We're here to figure it out. So, Marcus, you've got good eyes. You go in first.
I've got good eyes. I can't see in the dark.
Then use Byron.
Use Byron as a flashlight.
Well, and then use him to potentially set off any traps, but I guess if you can figure out a way to use him as a flashlight, that would work fine.
What kind of ingenuity is that?
Byron will toss you his mag light.
That's
Oh, you actually bought a flashlight?
Yeah, after the first session, I told Grimith that he got Evelyn to buy him a pocket-sized mag light.
Yeah? See, someone picked up at the fact that if you guys are going to go spelunking in the dark, he might actually want a means to see in the dark. If David hadn't brought along that flashlight in Chapter 1 at all, you guys would have had to, like, go to the convenience store or something.
I guess I feel safe so long as no one's saying Marcus is making the smart decisions. Byron
Okay,
is
okay,
borderline.
guys, I'll go first because I've got the best eyesight. Give me the flashlight.
I'll go ahead and describe the setting. Like I said, it's pretty desolate. Doesn't look like there are any vehicles nearby at all, and the sounds of the city, as you care to listen as you get outside of the vehicle, are distant. Off in the distance, there is a billboard, a bit worse for wear. The light is flickering over it. It's Byron recognizes it though. It's one of those metro cab billboards, and the two of you can spot it now. It has a sign of a Ouroboros to make for easy spotting. The serpent coiling in upon itself, devouring itself. Much further off in the distance, there's a little mom-and-pop diner, and Marcus, with his acute vision, is able to make out, it's not open, but the neon sign is flickering. It has one there, and it's Kids Eat Free that it says, but the lights appear to be shorted out, and instead of Kids Eat Free, the words light up in order: Eat Kids Free.
Charming.
I'm glad that none of us has stooped that low yet. Anyway, let's go into this building here.
Your skin crawls, Marcus. Goose flesh rises as you make steps to head towards the central building, which once was owned by a consortium of La Sombra and was apparently a haven for Archbishop Polonia, and where fighting took place. This was after you were injured, so you were not partaking in this particular fight. But you are very unnerved simply by being here. This is your Auspex talking.
Everyone, keep alert. I'm talking to you, Byron.
The trunk pop, shotgun, ready?
Yeah. I'll draw my pistol.
This
It's worth
place-
noting, Marcus, that this feeling does not subside.
Whatever here is definitely making me feel very unwelcome.
And so the three of you find a way to, I suppose I won't speak for that, actually. You three are now outside this central area that I've described to you and that Joseph knows so much about through his rumors. How do you want to go about doing this? There is graffiti, lots of graffiti on the walls, and this building has definitely seen much, much better. It's very worse for wear.
Well, we gotta go in the building first. I mean, it doesn't... whatever it is, I'm doubtful it's... Oh, that was weird. I'm doubtful it's hanging around outside the building.
Or we could just go burn the building down. No, have Craig do it.
That is a legitimate option.
With what?
Well, he can go buy gas.
Yes, he could. It's a thing.
You could go get a lighter from a 7-Eleven.
You don't think it's going to be a big deal that you guys set an entire, building complex on fire?
If I have to set the entire Brooklyn on fire to keep whatever safe, it's gonna burn.
Well, I guess we're going in. Keep close. Marcus has his knife in one of his hands, I forget.
Is the only
And it's
light
kind of-
source you three have this mag light that Marcus is carrying?
Craig, you wouldn't happen to have a flashlight, would you?
Well, there might be one in an emergency kit in car.
I'm gonna say no, because it wasn't mentioned.
Damn it.
I guess flashlight's the only thing we got.
All right. Marcus taking the lead, not a super investigator like David is, but very astute and observant. He enters the building. It looks just as rough on the inside as it does on the outside. Graffiti is scrawled everywhere. Squatters may possibly have lived here, may even still live here. The smell of human droppings and refuse, trashes all over. It is repugnant, and it seeps into your pores, Mr. Auspex Man.
Remind me to take a very long shower when I get back.
Life source, you appear to have the only one. It is highly likely that power to this building has been cut.
Do we know the floor layout of this building?
No.
Okay. I want you guys to get close behind me. In case anything happens to you, I can intervene, and if anything happens to me, you can either intervene or run like babies. One of the two.
Yep. Byron is going to keep his attention towards the back, see if anyone comes up behind us. All of his, whatever, 2 points, 3 points in perception.
Question. What happened to Craig?
Well, that's a good question. Is he gonna come? I'm assuming that he's not vampire. He stays in the car. Oh damn it, this is gonna happen again, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If it happens again, I'm gonna just have to remove a dot of retainer.
I mean, I'm not the one who's leaving the ghoulified human behind. Remember that. It's not my fault.
Whatever it is, he's probably safer in the car than in the building, which is where we're all gonna die. There's that. So, yeah, he'll stay in the car, cower in it, drive away when we never come out.
Alright, what sort of time frame do you want to give him before he's supposed to drive away?
If we're not
Long
back
af-
hours.
After 5 days, after he starts starving to death. No, before he starts starving to death.
I was just going to say dawn would make sense.
No, we might find somewhere to hole up in dawn, and he's gonna stay there until we come back out.
You want him to call you regularly? What? Give me some exacting specifications of what you want Craig to do outside here in this vehicle.
When next night falls, and you're gonna stay during the entire day, when next night falls, you're gonna call us in the, I guess you can't call it morning, but like as soon as night falls. And if we don't answer then, at the end of that night, you can leave. Other than that, stay in the car. Unless I tell you otherwise.
Okay, you don't want him to move, just want him to stay in the car near the abandoned building complex.
Yeah, and if something happens, try to be smart. And if something happens that you see something or something else happens, just try to do the smart thing. There's no way I can guess what's going to happen. But yeah.
But anyways, we're moving on in.
Okay. $2:00, 2:10, 2:15. It's very slow going in this building, although Marcus, with his heightened senses, can do a better job of interpreting the scenery around you guys. The weird feeling that you have, Marcus, continues inside the building. And the repugnant stench of human refuse remains with you as well. With your heightened senses, it is absolutely atrocious. There are curious markings, suggest greasy marks of a black soot, ash, which Joseph has heard of in a rumor that was part of the info dump at the beginning of the session, which may suggest remnants of the incredible supernatural battle that happened here, away from prying human eyes, where vampires were able to unleash the full extent of their powers. And that could also partly be why this building looks so worse for wear. I mean, it has only been a year and some change since that happened in late '96. And it looks rough.
Vietnam wasn't this bad.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. But,
Vietnam was bad, but I don't think it smelled of human refuse.
to be fair, whenever you were human in Vietnam, things didn't smell like they do now.
No, I smell things quite vividly.
Yes, you have a different take on the matter. Yeah, he can certainly stop breathing, though. I just look at the chat. You don't have to breathe. It's a thing. It's just that whenever you do want to use your senses to detect things, it's god-awful. And now you're imagining that you're touching it as well. It's just like a prevalent aura. It's like a miasma you can just feel on your skin.
Keep
Well, I
breathing.
guess we're gonna. I'm gonna keep breathing in case I smell something that's.
I mean, yeah, you folks are more than welcome to not use your olfactory senses, and as vampires, you're assumed that you're not. However, I was figuring that the Auspex user would be attempting to use his olfactory senses.
Because you never know. Because if I smell something that doesn't smell, like Byron or Joseph, and doesn't smell like human refuse, I'm going to wonder what the hell that is.
Like gas or something.
Sure, the odorless gas.
Well, no, I'm like talking about gasoline or something.
Oh, and there's Aaron in the stream chat.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's busy with his niece and nephew right now.
Yeah, just lots of things have happened. You guys can give him a little recap for, personal recap if you want to rehash what's happened since he's gone. I don't have a problem with that.
Well, he would definitely know that we've been leaving. Well, I don't know. If he's checked his messages, we've been followed by cars and given you an update there. And we've gone off to this. I don't know if we told him where we went. We probably.
No. You never made pains to mention to call him again, so no.
Yeah, David would just know that both Byron and Marcus noticed cars, and Marcus noticed that a Lasombra was probably driving. He thinks it's a Lasombra.
Yeah, they certainly are investigating those rumors. Aaron, it is currently also, whenever the session started, it was Saturday, January 10th. They actually spent a day of rest in Astoria, and it's now early Monday, January 12th. Sunday night has passed, and they haven't heard anything from you. I'll just go ahead and spoil it right now. Your character is fine. He just got wrapped up in his work, and he hasn't cared about answering those stupid people.
I'll be right back, man. My father wants me for something.
That's fine. We'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break here then. Woohoo! Drowning in Mario Kart. Sweet. Looks like the chat is definitely a lot more active. Whatever problem there was with Twitch eating messages, it either has not persisted, or if it has, people are fighting through it. Well, I'm also going to go ahead and keep my audio recording going because I'm so pro. Any sort of questions or comments that might pop up before Jordan returns?
I'd say that Byron is really questioning some of his most recent life decisions, or unlife decisions, as the case may be.
I can't imagine why Byron would be questioning his most recent unlife decisions, Cripson.
I don't know. Something about trudging through a warehouse with fecal matter and gross hobos and perhaps some vampires that want to kill him. I don't know. He's a little uneasy.
Let's see, yes, there are certainly non-Sabat Lasombra or Zamitse. There are folks who've gone independent who don't give a damn about of politics, and that's true for all of the clans who are nominally a part of the Camarilla or Sabat. Um, there are also folks who manage to blend together. Like there's, say, a few Lasombra who are part of the Camarilla, but that's a pretty steep hill you have to climb if you're a Lasombra who's tried to join the Ivory Tower. It's more likely than not that you're just autarchus. You're completely independent of the various the sect politics. Oh, that's a good question. Amaze Me Baby asks, why did y'all not throw a rock before entering into this dark place? Ooh.
We don't know the throw rock discipline.
Yeah, I mean, Byron brought the flashlight. That's kind of where his intelligence ends.
Oh, I'm going to take that you're back then, Jordan.
Yeah, also, I was talking about how weird the weather is recently. Even though it's almost 60 degrees outside right now, there's apparently a winter weather advisory.
God damn it.
I don't understand.
Camarilla Zamitzi may very well have Vicissitude. Vicissitude wouldn't leave them just because they're not a part of the Sabbat. Vicissitude is something which some consider to be a disease. It's inherently a part of the Zamitzi. Examples of neutral clans. The Camarilla, the Ivory Tower, it claims everyone. It claims that all vampires are kindred, and are consequently a part of the Camarilla, including the Sabbat vampires, whether the Sabbat vampires like it or not. That being said, there are some clans which throw their weight into the Camarilla. There are some clans that are nominally a part of the Camarilla, like Malkavians. Kinda seems to be in there. And there are some clans which are most assuredly Sabbat, and then there are clans that are completely independent, such as the Giovanni or the Assamites.
But yeah, I think he's asking, are there examples of like an Assamite considering himself a part of the Camarilla?
Alright, we'll go ahead and resume the session then. Final question for Larian. Would I put gargoyles against players? It could happen. So, here you are, in the building complex, the Muncie Hudson Expediting and Storage. That was, used to be used as a haven and weapons cache by Archbishop Polonia himself. A small building complex, currently milling about. Marcus still has the ghost flesh. Lights don't work, because assumably the power's been cut. The only sounds that you all are hearing, what the hell? Why give this shit to you for free? Let's make your roll. Auditory, we'll say perception plus alertness, difficulty 7.
One success.
One success from
Same.
Cripson. And the one subtracts one, so 2 successes from Joseph. you hear the three of you. And what you see is what the mag light ends up revealing, which is graffiti, remains of meals, perhaps eaten garbage that's blown in, all sorts of other trash, perhaps a greasy ash mark scraped into the concrete, lots of various cracks and clear signs of wear and tear that a supernatural battle may have taken place in here. No actual moving things, though, except for when a gust of wind might come through the building on this cold, dreary night. But, everything seems to be kosher, but there's still a lot more complex. It's difficult for you guys to really investigate a situation where you only have that one tiny light. Nothing's come up at you, though.
All in favor of leaving and coming back tomorrow with more lights.
Byron can get behind that 120,000%.
Oh, I'm not going to be here by myself.
Say it's currently 2:30 in the morning, should any of you bother to check a phone to look at the time. And I'm also going to stop feeding you time now unless you guys ask me in future sessions.
I think we're going to make our way out of the building now.
Okay. Slow going process, but you all make it out of the building. The vehicle is still there. Car. Craig's still inside it, looking expectantly at you all. And there is a loud roar of an engine. Something is traveling down the road, heading for the vehicle that Craig's sitting in, very fast.
Do I have slugs, or is there even a rule difference between slugs and shot?
There's a big difference, yeah.
I'm talking about. I don't remember seeing the rules difference. I just remember seeing the one thing listed for shotguns.
I will go ahead and say that there's not a difference, no.
Well, is it heading straight for him? Like, bearing down straight at him?
It could possibly be. Go ahead and make a perception plus alertness difficulty 8, but you're going to need to move fast aside once you want to do. Craig has definitely noticed this, and it looks like he is gearing up the vehicle to potentially move, if it is actually going to hit him. If you want to take the time to make the check. It could possibly be B. It looks like it's swerving a little bit,
Shoot.
but it also looks like it's a dark blue sedan.
Shoot straight at the driver.
Well, it's some distance away.
Oh, well, as soon as it gets within normal range, and if I can run straight at it, as soon as it gets within whatever the range is, I stop taking minuses, then open fire.
Okay. You two, Marcus and Byron, you've seen Joseph suddenly have a panicked response as this vehicle is flying, down the street. Bright lights are on, so it might hurt a little bit to look at, Marcus, but could be a dark blue sedan. It looks like it's swerving a little bit down the road, but it is driving very fast.
Byron's going to try to find cover, and depending on how things go, he might start taking pot shots too, but I'm going to assume he doesn't know what's going on entirely.
Okay. Marcus?
Marcus is going to move the way. A knife isn't really good against a moving vehicle.
Okay, you two take cover then. You start firing shots at the vehicle from a distance, and as it turns out, the first shot that you fire... Okay, let's go ahead and make a dexterity plus firearms check. Let's see how accurate this blast is while you're running. So, we'll say a difficulty of 8 while you're going at full speed trying to do something about this. Dexterity plus firearms.
I'm gonna spend a willpower to boost my dex 1. Not
Okay.
willpower, not
Blood
willpower,
point.
blood point.
I have to say, you spend willpower to do that. Are you sure?
Well, I can get an automatic success, but
You could! It's a thing!
but then I'm down to 1 willpower, and I'm fucked.
I'm not sure how you'd feel about that. So, show me them dice.
One success.
Okay. That gets added to your damage roll then. Go ahead and make a damage roll. The speedy Joseph, in spite of moving as fast as he can towards the vehicle, does land an accurate shot, and the shotgun, particularly enough, deals a fuck ton of damage, seriously blowing out the windshield, and there is a loud cry of pain. The vehicle stops swerving so much, and apparently it jerks pretty hard, and the car is now barreling straight for Joseph.
Well, that's, run out of the way.
In that case, we'll say that what you're going to need to do then is have a dodge action. This thing is barreling pretty fast. We're going to ignore sort of initiative because it's not a combat situation. In this case, just one of those... Let me go ahead and check the exact rules for a
Looks
dodge.
like Dex Athletics, and I've got 0 Athletics, and 4 Dex currently.
Right. Okay. And difficulty level is set with...
It doesn't matter, just failed. I guess I got 1 success unless it's like 9 or 10.
Oof. Yeah, you, well, let me see here. Let me make a roll here. I'm ad-libbing the car now with its attack roll.
Oh god, the car is ad-libbing.
Let's see, it's not directly going after you, it's just a sudden jerk of the wheel, caused by being hit, which caused it to do this thing. Gonna say that's just enough. Joseph manages to put the brakes on, as he sees this car coming after him, and with his vampiric senses, particularly with the extra point of dexterity he has now, he manages to dive away just in time. The car goes sailing right past, and it smashes into part of the building complex and stops moving. There is a low groan of pain.
Well, once it stops moving, I'm going to pull the guy out of the the front seat if I can.
That's
Okay.
assuming he's closer than me.
Yeah,
Sure. Well, you're kind of now suddenly recovering from the fact that you were running full blast, then had to dive out of the way in order to avoid getting hit. Those two have been waiting by the complex. I'll go ahead and say it's fair to allow those two to react. Okay, Marcus is heading towards the car door, the driver's side. What would Byron like to do?
He'll follow and cover Marcus. He'll keep his gun trained on the driver's seat, guy in the driver's seat.
Okay. Marcus, as you're approaching, the smell of alcohol is rather heavy. The
Fucking drivers.
There's some dim light that's managing to flash through, particularly if you have the mag light out. There is blood He is obviously breathing, and just a low cry of just sort of like, an anguished bit of pain. He's blinking rapidly. He's obviously a male. He's a bit older, in his early mid-40s. He's trying to fumble around, but it seems that the sudden crash into the building significantly wounded him, as well as compacting the car. So it's not so easy for him to move, especially if that alcohol smell gives you an idea of exactly what this guy is. He's definitely human. Craig, by the way, hasn't taken off, but Craig has actually run out of the vehicle to run to Joseph.
Immediately point him straight back to the car.
Craig, with reservations, goes back to the car.
It's a drunk driver.
Am I there?
Yeah, sure, you can be.
Okay, I immediately just stab in the back of the spine, right through the back of the vertebrae, top vertebrae.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You don't want to question him or anything like that? Is what Byron would say.
Okay, no resistance is put forth as Joseph stalks up to the vehicle and rather casually and with precision stabs this human in the back of his spine. For doing this, you will automatically lose 1 point of humanity. I now want you to roll a conscience at difficulty 8 to see whether you lose a point of conscience, as well as a conscience difficulty 8 to see whether you lose another point of humanity for this careless execution. Go ahead and make the humanity roll first before you make the conscience roll.
So what is that? A humanity at, or just 2 conscience rolls?
Yeah, 2 conscience rolls, both at difficulty 8. You managed to avoid losing a point of humanity. Now for your conscience. I mean, you still lose a point of humanity. You've avoided losing 2.
Yeah, I rolled 2 rolls there.
Okay. In that case, the 2 rolls, then you've mandatorily lost a point of humanity, but you don't lose the conscience so much. You instead manage to rationalize and compartmentalize this as you seeing it as a grave risk to Craig, and after everything that's transpired, you let it roll off. But you did kill a human being.
Oh yeah, I expect humanity loss. Just seeing Craig in danger immediately doesn't care, just gonna destroy everything in the way.
Okay, Marcus, Byron, you have seen this this non-denominational priest basically murdered this human being right in front of your eyes.
Yeah, Byron's a little upset. He's like, what the fuck were you thinking? What the hell?
Whatever it wasn't something that was following us, because whatever was following us would not be drinking. Completely incidental, so it's better this way. Whatever he would have done, whatever his life would have been, it would have been more damaging to everyone else than this.
Byron's just going to disgustedly stalk off towards the car with Craig. I mean, he's not going to say anything.
Give me your cell phone, Joseph.
I'll hand it over.
I'm going to call in a wreck into the police and then say to get out of here.
Before we leave, gonna want to torch the car.
Oh, by the way, the ruling things, a botch is not more ones than successes. A botch is you roll 1 and you get no successes at all.
Just leave the fucking car, man. As long as here's the thing, as long do you still have the shell casing from your shotgun?
I'd imagine if we're somewhere in the streets or something, it should be rolling around somewhere. I'll look for it.
Pick it up, then we can call the cops. You don't have to torch the car.
Well, it
There's
could
no way
be in the guy, you
Well, the
might
thing
have
is,
actually hit him.
Well, even if it's a slug, it's almost impossible to match a slug to the shotgun it's shot from, as long as you keep the cartridge it was shot out of.
True, but whatever happens, if the car's lit on fire and they find a charred corpse, there's not going to be much of a police investigation. If they find a guy that was shot and stabbed, there's going to be one.
There's a problem though. The car is up against the building we're supposed to be investigating.
Well, then the building goes with it. At this point, the building's whatever that's in it's going
You're
to...
torching it then.
Well, Craig cares.
You killed him. You killed him, not Craig. You.
Yeah. No. Go ahead, get in the car. We'll have Craig torch it, and be done with this. If next few days we can come back to this building and see if there's anything left in it, whatever the case may be. Hopefully, if we're torching it, whatever's left in it will get out of the way. If it's a bot, we're doing good. If it's, I don't know what else could be in there.
Whatever.
So, we have an idea what Joseph plans on doing. What is Byron and Marcus going to do? Are you actually going to get in the vehicle?
Yes.
Byron wants just GTFO from here. He doesn't want anything more to do with this. So if you all are sticking around, I mean, it's in the middle of nowhere, so I don't know what he's going to do. No problem.
I mean, you can run Byron, but the problem is you won't get very far.
You can also call a cab. There is that billboard off there in the distance. You can read the number from the Metro cab services. And it's assumed that you might have some various means of either cab travel or other things that will pick you up if, say, like, you're a drunk person and need help getting back home. Stuff like that.
Marcus is going to call the cops and call it in, but not right this moment since they're still busy burning it.
Okay. So
I guess Byron will stick around. I mean, you're burning a building and a car down. It's not like a cab is going to come in there and not see something, so he's kind of screwed.
You can walk some distance away. You don't have to stay right next to them, and obviously it's going to take them time to get the gasoline required to attempt to set the... I mean, it's a pretty big complex. The whole thing is certainly not going to be burning down by the time the fire department gets here. But, as for the car itself...
I mean, there's also the fact that your shotgun might have actually been heard already, and there might be cops on the way.
Certainly could have been, even though the place looks abandoned. I mean, shotgun blast is, pretty loud. Especially after the loud car revving.
Yeah, Byron's pissed. He's gonna walk away. He's gonna call for a cab, and he's just gonna yell over his shoulder, "Keep the flashlight. I'm out of here."
Just
Okay.
wait, I'm coming with you.
Okay. Byron and Marcus go ahead and leave a Metro cab. It's a fast cab. It does arrive pretty damn quickly. And true to form, it does have an Ouroboros sign, you know, like on top of the cab itself, the top of the vehicle, and on the door as well. You all get in, and he takes you away. Joseph, it's just you and Craig here.
Okay, well, I'll have Craig rip off part of his shirt for cloth. Have some gas in the gas can or something in the trunk, soak it in gas. If not, it should burn well enough, I hope. Stick it in the gas tank and light it on fire.
Okay, where are you getting the gas from? Could you run that by me?
If I have like a spare gas can or something, I don't know. Probably not.
Probably not, no. We probably don't go driving around with gasoline in the back of our vehicles. At least not people with vehicles inside of New York City.
True. I'm always thinking country. I grew up in the country, so to me, having gas and spare gas is
Right, spare gas along with like an emergency kit, that totally makes sense. But here in this metropolitan area, if you didn't specifically mention it, I'm gonna go with no.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I'll have him light the cloth so that it's just hanging out, so the cloth will burn and fall in.
Okay.
And then get to the car.
All right. That is done, and you are now at the car.
I'm going to have him just move a little bit away, see if it does indeed light. If not, we can try again.
Craig does move a little bit away. Eventually, yeah, there does appear to be from the distance there, it looks like a bit of light is catching. The car does appear to slowly be burning from the interior.
Well, I hope that does enough to burn the body. If not, I can't think of anything else I can do.
Okay.
It's drive home.
All right. Let's see. I don't know exactly where you wanted the cab driver to deliver you to. Somewhere in Astoria, that I assume. It's gonna be about 3:30 by the time you get there, and our deposit, I guess, by say the real estate building. It's gonna be 4 o'clock before Joseph manages to get back to Queens. Byron, Marcus, do you two talk about anything while you're in the cab? What do you two do once you get out of the cab?
Byron is going to be looking over his shoulder to see if one of those blue sedans is still following. I don't know if he sees anything, but
Perception plus alertness, difficulty 6. No,
got 2.
no, there is nothing following this cab.
All right. Other than that, he's just going to basically look at Mark and say, "What the fuck is with that guy? I thought he was a priest."
And the vampiric condition changes people, apparently.
Byron will grunt and just stay silent. He's got nothing else to say.
I mean, Marcus didn't say the vampiric condition. He just said his condition seems to have changed him.
Yep, same response. I mean, he's just non-committal, and he's just like, I mean, Byron just thinks that was seriously fucked up. So even as a vampire, I don't know. He doesn't see it as right.
Okay. You two have arrived at Astoria now. Cab fare is not that bad, especially not for a Byron, especially not for, real estate entrepreneurs like the two of you. It's 3:30 in the morning. What do you two want to do?
I'm gonna hunt once and then go back to my haven.
Okay. Byron, what would you like to do?
Yeah, I'll pretty much do the same thing. Maybe, I mean, he's in no mood to go hunting or anything, so he's just going to go right back to his place.
Okay, Marcus, for you, this is going to be a difficulty of 2, given the fact that this is your domain and everything. You succeed. This is just going to be the standard 2 blood points.
Yep.
You're slightly drunk, but it's okay. You managed to make it back to your haven. You're not being followed. Joseph, it's 4 in the morning by the time that you make it back to Flushing, Queens. What would you like to do?
If there's enough time to get one of my herd there, I will.
Well, go ahead and make that a coin flip situation. Just go roll a d10. If it's 6 or higher, one of your herd's able to get there in time. Does not appear to be. Apparently it is so late in the morning now at 4 a.m. you just can't get a hold of anyone right now.
Well, then in that case, there's nothing to do but go to sleep.
Okay. In that case, sunrise eventually comes, and with that, we will end the session here. How much time passes? I'm not sure. That's sort of up to you. I will be getting in touch with Aaron, we'll say tomorrow or Monday, to give him a sort of idea, perhaps walk him through, and I'll make some dice rolls, or I'll just have him log on to Map Tools, just he and he'll make some dice rolls, and we'll see where we go from there. And he can share however much of that information he wants with you in character at a future time. Beyond that, though, again, it's up to you all on how much time you want to pass until the beginning of the next session.
Well, I'm not certain that Marcus is going to want to help Joseph with this thing in the Bronx anymore.
True, but remember that we are still tied together by something's following all of us.
Oh, I'm going to
True,
go ahead
and
and say that I was joking whenever I said that you were still holding David's cell phone. He's got it. He's fine. Otherwise, I would have pointed it out to you that Byron leaves a message. Joseph gets a message from David's cell phone. I was kidding.
Yes,
Yeah.
but whatever was going us left us when we went to that area.
Well, it didn't follow you and Byron.
Nope.
Yeah, they may already know where Joseph's haven is, because we saw him while we were hunting the previous night, but Joseph didn't, and he was crazy half the night. So
Certainly a thing. All right, you three, as players, what'd you all think of the session? Any sort of egregious errors that you found with it? Things that upset you that were caused by me as the game master / storyteller? Or did you all enjoy yourselves?
I thought it was quite fun, although it was unfortunate that Aaron wasn't able to be here for the entire time of it.
Certainly so.
yeah, I thought it was pretty good. It took us a little while to find something concrete to do, but I think towards the end it got a little more lively.
Yeah, there's certainly the lively aspect. No, you guys certainly did achieve things. You got Carter Vander Weyden's permission to pursue an angle of subverting Vito Fratelli and turning him into a ghoul. And beyond that, the giant sandbox, you guys had the idea of going to the abandoned expediting company up there. And along the way, you've apparently been trailed by something or another. You just weren't able to get a concrete hold on it other than the fact that it appears to be multiple vehicles.
Yeah, I'm thinking that once Aaron gets back, because this is way out of Byron's depth, is we need to figure out a way to trap one of those cars. Rush it, take a guy hostage, or for questioning or whatever. Because whatever, Byron does not like being followed around. I don't think any vampire would.
Okay. And Sean?
It was a fine session. I've got no complaints or anything. From a standpoint, the Joseph's, I think, getting a little more unhinged with each passing night. I think staying antisocial may have been better for him.
Certainly, the acts that transpired on this night have changed him, as well as perhaps changed the others' perception of him.
Definitely. That said, just if anyone wants to know my reasoning, Joseph is ultimately a caretaker. He's more worried about protecting not only his retainers, but the entire coterie and ultimately like everyone that he comes into contact with. And just constantly being assaulted since he hooked up with the coterie, is sort of just started wearing on him a little bit.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I certainly understand the reasons behind why Joseph did what he did.
Oh, and the whole thing is multifaceted. There's one, if it almost certain that it's not, whatever was following them. If it is, whatever it was if it was indeed drunk and smelling like it's drunk and looking like it's drunk, it was stupid enough that it's worthless to question. If it's not, whatever it is dead. It's not going to be following them, and that's a message to whatever was following them if it's associated with that.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, Byron is ticked off at the moment. I mean, he's going to go back. He's going to think through it, and he's not going to agree with what you did, but he's probably not going to hold it against you too much. I mean, he might think twice about turning his back on you just because he doesn't know you.
Oh,
He's curious.
that's most definite. I mean, like Humanity 7, 6, whatever. It's that was extremely callous. It's just uh I don't know how to phrase it. Um, it's I don't expect anyone to agree with it. I even Marcus and David being Humanity 6, I don't expect them to agree with what Joseph's done at all. It's more of he's ultimately just sort of fuck snapping at this point, and so much is trying to protect, and because he's got the retainers, he's got you guys, he's got Cutter on the back of his mind, he's got he's worried about Sabat coming and started another war, and he wants to stop that. So all of that's just worn him down to whatever it takes to defend what Joseph's supposed to defend.
That's fine. And it's also worth noting that, even though you lost a point of humanity, you're still at 6, which means, Byron might be the earliest riser among you, but you're still very much in touch with yourself. You're in no real danger, as of now, of slipping into a horrible spiral.
Well, I mean, I could wake up first because I have light sleeper, but I choose not to.
There's a difference between, like, the light sleeper thing and the whole thing where you're, like, an early riser.
I think light sleeper is you ignore humanity for the purpose of rising every evening.
No, that's early riser. Light sleeper is if you're woken by something, you get to ignore your whole limit on dice that's imposed by your humanity.
Oh, okay.
I mean, check that. You can check that to confirm that and correct me if I'm wrong. But I think you have light sleeper, and it's different from the early riser perk. Merit.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. Light sleeper either gets a bonus or gets to disregard it. It's one of the two. They are different.
Whereas the early riser allows you to count as if your humanity is 10 for the purposes of waking up, which means you would pretty much wake up at sunset.
Oh yeah, you're right. Basically, if I act during the day, as long as I don't get myself in direct sunlight, I can use how many dice I want to.
Right. So, what have your characters have taken from this situation, and where do you guys want to go from here?
Well, Byron still just wants to get a second or third opinion on. He wants to know more about the power players in town. He's been a little bit ignorant on that, so he's going to try to chase down the harpies. And yeah, he doesn't know them, so it probably won't come to much. But that's what he's going to try to do.
Right. Byron is, one of the lowly neonates trying to chase down someone. I mean, they might not. I mean, it's pretty likely that they won't want to socialize with you.
No, I mean, yeah, he's not going to bring up the questions right away. He just, he wants to make.
I didn't say like question answering. I meant like socialize.
Yeah, I know what you meant. I mean, he's not even going to get that far. So.
You can certainly try. It's a thing. Marcus, what did you take from this? What do you want to do for going forward? Do you even want to like continue to socialize with Joseph?
I think for the next couple of nights, he's probably going to give Joseph the cold shoulder just because. I mean, he's going to rationalize it eventually why he did it and not hold it against him. But for the next couple of nights, Marcus doesn't like Joseph, and so he's probably going to only really associate with him if Byron or David say everyone needs to get together or some.
Right. Does
Otherwise,
Byron feel the same way as Marcus does?
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to snub him or anything, but he is going to be a little colder for a few days till he gets over it.
Okay. What has Joseph taken from the session, and what is he thinking about moving forward in the days ahead?
That he should have never joined a coterie.
So is he going to do something about having joined a coder in the days ahead?
Oh no, as far as he's concerned, he has to protect them. He has to take care of everything he's charged with taking care of. More than anything, it's going to make him more determined to make sure that Marcus, Joseph, David, his retainers, and all their allies in contact are safe. It's going to just make him a little more cold and callous about it, I guess. Well, obviously.
Alright. Well, in that case, each of the three of you earn 3 experience points for the session. I am putting a hold on how much Aaron's going to be receiving, barring further contact with him as we resolve and work through what he ended up finding or perhaps not finding on his own.
Okay. Only one more session and I have enough experience to pick up the first dot of potent.
Woo!
I think it's important. I mean,
But yeah, you spent some time trying to, establishing the foundation for you to learn that.
it
What's
all
Byron?
depends.
Okay. What's Byron looking into spending his experience points for? What's Joseph looking to spending his experience points for?
Well, Byron would like Auspex, but he's run into some role. I mean, if Marcus wants dominate for that 1-for-1 trade, it's not going to happen. So that might be a problem. If he doesn't get that, it's probably going to be another point in dominate or something for him.
Okay.
Marcus
Joseph?
is willing to do Auspex, but I don't know what he wants. I was mostly thinking about the dominate thing.
Yeah,
it would
it's
just be
probably not. I mean, it's not entirely off the table. It's definitely not an even trade. But yeah, I mean, he'll go. He'll just owe you a boon or something. That might work.
What is Joseph looking into spending his experience points on?
Willpower?
Good choice.
That certainly seems fair to me. I don't have a problem with that. I thought you were about to give me an answer like conscience, and I told you no.
Courage. I mean, running straight at a car.
The incident you dealt with on the 36th floor on the Close Hoffman law firm.
Yeah, that wasn't very courageous.
Right. I, of course, am according to the book, I'm following its example. I'm looking for things that you guys have actually made use out of, and that certainly seems reasonable. What you all are looking forward to improving.
Yeah, if Byron had ever gotten shot or beat up or anything, he might have wanted to learn fortitude, but he has no reason yet. So
You've been punched at, thanks to Marcus.
I think the only person here who has a reason to get fortitude is me. I chose to pick a fight, so...
Interesting.
Goons.
Your token there is still showing that you apparently are still missing a health.
I haven't healed it, unless you want to say after like that week that we spent, that it healed over the time.
I say, well, no, because you're not allowed to heal naturally. You would have had to spend a blood point to do it.
True. I mean, I kind of don't want to because it would be a waste of a blood point. Or is it? It's for one, isn't it?
It's
Or is
one
it
for
1-1?
one. Aaron pointed out the fact that he was wrong about that. It is 1-for-1.
Yeah, I'll just do it tonight.
Okay, that puts you down to 7 in the blood pool then.
Yep.
And I went ahead and fixed up Joseph's little humanity thing there. Hurrah!
Yeah. I'm still like 7/10 of the. I shouldn't have said that. I'm most of the way full of blood.
Well, you might as well stick it in there now.
I mean, you might have very well revealed your generation now, but you could be lower than that. Who knows?
I don't think I'll ever actually a secret what my character generation was,
All
like
right.
out of character.
Byron is the most humane person here. Joseph now has 6 humanity, Marcus has 6, and David has 6. Hurrah!
Yeah, it's kind of ironic since Byron's name is based off Ayn Rand, and so yeah, the objectivist is the most humanitarian. That's hilarious.
Fucking Patsy.
Oh, that'll change.
I'm sure.
Yeah, we're gonna throw you under the bus eventually.
Alright, folks in the chat, I will turn this to you, and I will allow my recording to continue, my audio recording, for the purposes of answering questions. How did you all feel about the session that you watched? And have you all properly expressed your gratitude to Jordan yet for being kind enough and generous enough to take time out of his life to broadcast this for you? And are there any questions for the party or myself before we wrap up? Thank you, Mr. J. You have to read that in Harley Quinn's voice?
Apparently, they've wanted me to start talking like the Joker early on in the session.
Oh.
I'm not the crazy one. That's Joseph's job.
Well, you did provoke some things in Chapter 2. But now we can say, like, beyond a doubt, I mean, Joseph has gone the craziest so far. He stabbed a man
I
to
just
death.
said something that I shouldn't have.
Obvious Troll Dude wants to know whether you guys are going to get a ghoul that's good with firearms.
I'm already good with firearms. I don't need a ghoul to be better than me.
Now, if only you actually carried a firearm.
Because I think we're not getting to a fight with a frickin' mortal, okay?
Yeah, shotguns still, fill up their entire thing with bashing damage is still kind of, problematic for them when they pass out.
I mean, you did do 8 mage if we were doing by difficulty 6, and if it was a vampire, that'd be 4. They'd still have most of their health boxes filled up. Yeah, it would do a lot of damage.
Foxu asks what we think about the Dark Ages setting for vampire, and if there's any chance of seeing that in the future. What do we think about vampire Dark Ages?
I think somehow going into the past is going to be difficult.
Yeah, unless there's a time machine involved, I don't think we're going to be seeing much of that in this campaign. But I mean, I like it fine. The settings is cool.
It gave us the best term for a bad avian ever, fish milk. That's all I have to say about it because I honestly have no idea what's about Dark Ages except that it takes place in the Dark Ages.
It's possible that I, as a person, might try out Vampire Dark Ages as a tabletop, but the chance we'll say is slim. Also, how does increasing wealth work? All background things, such as resources, have to be increased through role-playing. They cannot be... Yeah, they can't actually be increased with experience points.
I'll put my character sheet for this so they can see it.
Alright. Yeah, in the whole background section, you're allowed to spend freebie points on improving your background. In fact, it is very cheap to do so. Once the game starts, however, you cannot increase your background through experience. You have to increase it through role-playing. If you're looking to lower your generation, you must take steps to lower your generation, such as diablerizing an older vampire. If you're looking to increase your resources, you must take the opportunity to actually increase your resources. If you're looking to, say, gain a retainer, you must go looking for a retainer and turn that retainer into a ghoul. Allies, contacts, status, fame, the same applies. And it's also worth noting that without management, you can these background things can dwindle. Generations certainly will not disappear on you, but your resources might dry up just because you're not paying any attention to them. Contacts you've made or an ally simply might vanish off the face of the map. Retainers could die. Status might fade away as bad rumors are spread about you, and people might stop caring about you, so you lose fame.
Yeah, and Grimith, this should have been apparent, and it's only been a week, but that's what Byron was doing when he said he was like overseeing the business. Not that 1 week's going to make a big difference.
Okay, it's fine. I understand. Any suggestions for an addition to look for a Vampire the Masquerade noob? Sure! I looked at the Vampire the Masquerade Revised core book, and I looked at the Vampire the Masquerade 20th Anniversary Edition core book, and I, not knowing much of anything about VtM other than what I learned in computer games and what I tried out that one time I tried VtM, I decided that the 20th Anniversary Edition was better, which is what I told the players we're playing and what we're actually playing.
Well, I do have it on this. If you're looking for a game that's easier to, like, I'm not saying Vampire Masquerade is rules heavy, and no, by no means, it's not D&D. There's not like everything's not statted out like for every level. It's pretty generous on what it doesn't tell you.
It's more about story.
Yeah. If you want a game that's easier to get into and you have a decent person running the game, you might want to try out the New World of Darkness with Vampire the Requiem. The rules are a lot easier. I'm not going to try to say the rules are easier, but they're more succinct, and in my opinion, it makes a little bit more sense.
And they are a little bit simpler. There's a couple of things they dropped in favor of doing things more simply. And I'll second that as anyone being new, go for Vampire the Requiem first. You know how we've been doing difficulty 6, 8, etc. That's entirely dropped. It's all based on just the number of dice. And there's a number of points and how they all fit together that make a little more sense. Plus, the entire rule set was designed to be more universal, so vampires work better with werewolves, work better with mages, so you can actually bring them into your campaign more easily.
White Wolf never said, though, in the New World of Darkness that you want split party groups of, like, you want, like, one player being a werewolf, one player being a vampire, stuff like that. They never intended to be like that. They just basically said it made it easier for the storyteller to, you know, if they wanted to bring a werewolf in for their player characters to interact with, they didn't have to, you know, get the Werewolf the Apocalypse book. All they had to do was get a character sheet, fill in some things, and it's almost done. That was it.
Yeah, the older books they never considered the vampires to deal with the werewolves in the book, so the rules clash. There's points where there's just no way to figure out what's supposed to affect what, how things are supposed to work together, what beats what, things like that.
Although
Jordan,
I do think they did. Yes.
We have an interesting comment from my VTM will be streamed video from Joe Mama USA. And it apparently is being directed at me, even though I know this is impossible. He says, interesting. Good on you for having the determination to stream playing an RPG. I'll be honest, I've never been a White Wolf kind of guy, although if I was going to play one, it would be Mage. That said, that's just my opinion. Don't let that detract from anybody else's enjoyment of the game. So good on you for having the determination to stream this.
Okay, it was quite simple, actually. Byron has to be my least favorite. I'm sorry, Crip.
Oh, no, that's fine. I mean, Obvious told you it's the one that was cool with Joseph blowing away that drunk driver, and it seems like he wants a lot of fighting and stuff, and Byron definitely is not that type of character.
Oh, Joseph does not want fighting. I do not want Joseph fighting either.
With that beautiful strength score.
Yeah, with that beautiful strength one. Yeah.
I think there's only two people in this that are even decent at fighting, and that's Aaron and me. And strangely enough, we are the ones I've gotten into a fight, but we are the ones who have done probably like the least amount of, combat, including Byron.
You say the least amount of combat, and yet you have engaged in more combat than anyone else.
I'm sorry, but I don't consider Glorious Fisticuffs part of that.
That's all the combat that's existed!
There's glorious fisticuffs, and there's me shooting a car once.
I mean, if you think about it, I mean, Aaron's character hasn't gotten into combat at all, so he can use that excuse. You cannot!
Well, to be fair, Aaron has a higher body count than I do.
The obvious troll dude says, I don't necessarily want fighting, I just want them to take out the garbage when they need to. Laughing face. Any other questions or any sorts of things you folks would like to bring up in the Twitch chat? Any sort of comments? Also, yes, by the way, there will be a session next Saturday. It will start at the same time. I don't know whether Jordan wants to broadcast it again, though he just said it was pretty damn easy for him to do this. How do you feel about this, Jordan?
I mean, I can. I think next time it'll probably be a little bit better because, I mean, my parents' crappy internet right now, and when next week I'll be back in my dorm with my pretty good internet.
Okay. Now, I suppose to you as well, Cripson and Sean, do you feel this was okay? Did it detract from our session? Otherwise, we just won't stream it again.
I don't think it detracted really at all.
Nope, it seemed good to me.
I mean,
Okay.
unless...
I mean, I don't know if you know how many people were watching at some points, Grimith, but at some points there was 80 plus people watching.
Perhaps like half of them came for like the Vampire the Masquerade Redemption. They were pissed off that the love story was not there. Vanesca! Kristoff!
Well, unfortunately, Twitch needs to get off their ass and just put Vampire the Masquerade so I can just put that in instead of having to put Vampire the Masquerade Redemption or Bloodlines.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
So Karugus says, I can't wait till they get into Glorious Fisticuffs with a Tremere Thaumaturge.
If he's trying to troll us, I think he should want to get into Glorious Fisticuffs with a gangrel who knows Protean too.
Yes,
Well, we just go to Central Park, get everything out of the way.
I know, that was a perfectly good idea. Then Joseph said I'd rather put a shotgun in my mouth. At least it's bashing damage.
Aaron's on the TeamSpeak if you want to bring him in really quickly. Well, he asked me to Skype. He's like, hey, have Grimith bring me into the channel.
User was moved to your channel.
Hey, Aaron.
Hello.
Hey.
Nope. He's not alone.
Yeah, I've got my niece and nephew here.
I know. Is there anything that you wanted to contribute or add or things? Jordan said you wanted to be brought in.
Oh, I'm wondering what, all just happened.
Oh, okay. So recap after you've left. Your character has been busy doing things, and you and I will take some time over the course of this week resolving just the situation, whether we have like a little private map tool moment. I'll go ahead and record that too, so that the audio is saved for that. Because it'll be like a little mini session for you. I haven't assigned your experience points yet. As for what the three characters did in your absence, they went to try to pursue a lead at the Muncie-Hudson Expediting and Storage Building up in the Bronx. You will have recognized this as a site of one of the battles of the Battle of New York, one of the days of the Battle of New York. It was very dangerous because the building is so isolated from human eyes that was pretty much vampires using their supernatural powers against one another. Along the way, they noticed they were actually being followed, and so they resolved to perhaps go back to their havens, rest and recuperate, wait another day. They get up, and they realize they're still being trailed. They visit Elysium. There's a moment with Craig vanishes for like 20-25 minutes, and then finally Craig calls Sean's character. Joseph was like, where the fuck are you? They spend a lot of more time faffing about in Manhattan. They ultimately decide to head up to the Bronx to go take a look at that Muncie-Hudson Expediting and Storage building anyway. It's really deserted, abandoned, full of graffiti and human refuse. It's worth noting that Marcus's Auspex radar went off. He had goose flesh the entire time, but it really didn't yield a whole lot of anything. And ultimately the characters were like, fine, we'll just leave, we'll come back tomorrow with a lot more light. So they leave, and in this mostly deserted area, there's a vehicle flying down the road super fast. Joseph pulls out his shotgun. He's thinking that someone's trying to attack Craig. The vehicle looks like it could very well plow into Craig's vehicle. Joseph runs forward, fires a shotgun, actually gets a hit through the windshield. The driver leans on the vehicle and tilts a bit. Joseph's character rolls out of the way. The vehicle crashes into the complex. It's a human who is very much giving out the impression that he is drunk. Joseph kills him. Straight up, just stabs him in the spine. He's dead. And they've gone back to their havens. A few days will pass. Don't know exactly how many. That's up for the four of you to determine. They definitely have said that a few days will be passing. And they'll be in part determined based upon what you and I end up doing, either on Sunday or Monday or whenever.
It's like they intentionally got into trouble that I would have been able to help out with.
Yeah, there was even advice, the situation like, there's not all four of you, and I believe Sean's words were, to hell with it. Something to that effect.
It was something along the lines of, I'm gonna do something stupid.
No, the exact line was, I'm going to do something stupid because Marcus is here.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's part of, I did not want to be the one of the two, competent people in the group, competent characters in the group, to not accomplish something.
So has the session ended, or am I interrupting near the end?
No, the session has definitely ended. We were in a final question and answer phase.
Okay.
Yeah. The other three-player characters have gotten 3 experience points for what they have done, but yours, I have a moratorium on that until we actually resolve.
My section, right.
Yeah. And during this time, you basically, whether you succeeded or failed at City Hall or wherever you end up being, you've basically been engrossed so much in what you're doing that you simply haven't answered your phone.
Actually, I don't think I ever got my phone back.
I'm going to go ahead and say that you did. Although if you want to not have the phone back, that would certainly make sense. Whether it was just, it certainly wasn't said to be given back to you. It was just politely assumed. And at the time I made the joke that, okay, the phone didn't go back to him. But if you think that works, then yeah, the phone wasn't given back to you.
I mean, I genuinely forgot to ask for it back.
Yeah. Say you forgot, and Joseph forgot to make mention of it. I was just going to be nice in that regard, but in that case, yeah, sure, it makes more role-playing sense. Didn't get the phone back.
I mean, it makes sense for why they...
Okay.
It makes sense for why I never got back to them,
Alright, so yeah, you've come in at the tail end, and whenever you're available, I'll probably get a hold of you on Monday or some other time later on in the week whenever you're good, Aaron, and we'll spend some hours. I need to jot down, since this is going to be a more detailed thing for you, basically like a mini session to allow your character to do stuff.
Well, I think that my schedule's probably more open than yours is, so just get back to me about that.
Okay, will do. I'll probably end up contacting you on Monday then. It'll give me a Sunday to think about what I want to have doing. But in that case, yeah, I don't think there's any other questions in the Twitch chat, unless they have any final words of advice or recommendations or comments about the session. Many of the people have already left now that we're in the wind-down phase.
Most of them are just asking, can you freaking sire a werewolf into becoming a vampire?
Sometimes, the internet gets on its own little bend here.
Earlier it was, can vampires use touchscreens?
No, I'm pretty sure that a werewolf cannot be sired into being a vampire, but I could be wrong. weirder things have happened in the old World of Darkness.
If it can happen, it's not an event the player characters will ever do themselves.
It would probably just end up creating a new gangrel bloodline.
So in that case, as the chat has devolved, I'm going to go ahead and call that a complete and total session over, recap over, or wind down, and go ahead and terminate my audio recording. For you folks on YouTube who somehow didn't know about the fact that this was broadcasted live on Twitch TV by Jordan, why the hell weren't you paying attention? I'm not going to upload another reminder, you're just going to have to assume. Come on guys, look back early in the playlist.